Everybody needs some money. Katika nkulage how to make money. Simple ngate digital. Shilingi fund from just 20K. Invest your money now, bimbo. Cash up whenever you want your money. It's your deal, just go. Sign up. Sign up. Shilingi fund. Sign up. Sign up. Shilingi fund.
Whatever your dream is, it could be yours. Just sign up for SC Shilingi from Standard Chartered Bank. Invest as low as 20,000 Uganda shillings and watch your money grow. Download the SC mobile app and start on your investment journey. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please visit www.sc.com/UG or call us on 0200 52 44 100. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. Standard Chartered Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda up to 10 million.
Hello, I'm Susan Rodwan, SMP, President of the International Association for Strategy Professionals, also known as IASP. Do you consider yourself a strategy professional? While it may not be in your job title, strategy work across the enterprise is a major lift, and IASP is here to support you. At the current time, IASP is evolving. We are designing the professional home for strategy professionals. Our body of Knowledge 3.0, professional development through webinars, certification, learning providers, the development of chapters around the world, communities of practice, and a return to in-person conferences and meetings is all here under this tent. This is where you can find the people who understand strategic management, strategic thinking, and strategic insight. We welcome you to join and be part of this organization, to be part of this international community where you will find
You're all most welcome to this International Association of Strategy Professionals, Uganda Chapter Symposium. And we want to start I can see there are some tables, chairs that are still empty, but we'll start nonetheless. We're still expecting some panelists, but I see most of them are here. But we'll start. So ladies and gentlemen, you're all most welcome once again. My name is Sarah Mwesije. I'm from Bank of Uganda in the Strategy Department, and I'm delighted to be here. I hope you too are delighted to come and discuss this very topical issue that we have at hand. And today, ladies and gentlemen, and I know we have online participants, we have physical participants here at Golden Tulip, but we also have online participants. So you're also most welcome, the online participants. Our discussion today is about enhancing national development by promoting multi-sectoral, collaborative, innovative, and inclusive planning. This is a very topical issue in this dispensation when our country is faced with various issues that we need to tackle, but we also need to plan ahead given the different aspects in our international community and local community. So again, thank you for coming. I can see my director, ED, is here. Mr. Gasta Kainja, you're very welcome. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Daniel O'Mara to give us the welcome remarks. Daniel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first ever symposium organized by the International Association for Strategy Professionals. The International Association for Strategy Professionals is a body that really gathers all professionals in the field of strategy and strategic planning. And we have organized this to discuss with an independent mind the performance report of the National Development Plan, version 3, that's NDP 3. The midterm report was released a few months ago and presented. And so we thought that would give an independent perspective of this report, but also to offer our support as the IASP to different entities, and of course generally to the NPA and the government of Uganda, because it is important that we streamline strategic planning in this country. So I'm very grateful for your acceptance of our invitation to be here this morning. This event is live as well. It's being viewed and attended by a number of participants even outside Uganda. So you're all welcome either online or here physically. So in my remarks, I will mainly talk about what the International Association for Strategy Professionals is. And if you accept, just a few slides that I will be running here to talk about this. So what is the IASP? So the people managing the slide deck. Okay, so this is a very old body that started in the 1970s, and then it moved on up to 1999. It had a name change, and it has been moving with lots of changes. Even the logo that you see changed about 2 years ago, and the name also changed 2 years ago. So originally we were known as the Association for Strategic Planning. And then, of course, as institutions go on, rebirthing and making themselves more relevant, we thought that this would be the most appropriate name. So our mission is to lead, support people and organizations, okay? People and organizations, because who drives the planning in these organizations, okay? So you need the people first, and then the organization. So we support you in doing that through the promotion of a holistic approach to strategy management. A holistic approach to strategy management. And I'm so glad that today we are talking about enhancing national development by promoting multi-sectoral, collaborative, innovative, and inclusive planning. So the aspect of multi-sectoral, okay, that's where I bring about the holistic approach. and by setting standards for strategy. So we need to have standards for strategy. I was very happy to hear that the National Planning Authority now requires MDAs to have a strategic plan and to confirm that they have a strategic plan. Before any budget is appropriated to them, they must qualify through and the checks by NPA, and a certificate of compliance is issued. But we'll discuss this during the panel and see how effective is the certificate of compliance. But it is a good step, and we really want to appreciate the NPA for this. And I'm glad that the Executive Director, NPA, Dr. Joseph Muvawala, is here and is our keynote speaker, will be coming in shortly. So we do this through thought leadership. So there are a number of thought leaders here, including our very own Dr. Joseph Muvawala, professional development and certification. So we have certification, and you'll be seeing that shortly in the different areas. So our membership are mainly organizational leaders. So you who are here, business, institutions, government, and also non-profit institutions. So we are both public and private sector. We have academics, so we have professors and they can be members. We have students, and we also have the strategy practitioners, and of course, consultants. So if you're running a private consultancy firm in management, this is a place to be, the IASP. Okay, so I talked about certification, and can someone help me with this? So the certification opportunities exist for strategy management. You have 2 levels. There is 3 levels, but really the first level is for students as approved, approved practitioners of strategy, but they're at student level really. So I don't want to talk much about that, but I'll speak to these 2. The SPP, that's the strategic planning professional. To qualify for this, you need to have worked for at least 5 years in strategy, in the field of strategy or strategic planning, okay? Then you can have that certification program. The SMP, the strategy management professional, that's the top level. And here we require experience in strategy for at least 8 years, 8 to 10 years. And you must have been having engagements with the C-level, what I call the C-level executives, so the board, the top management of institutions, and you always engage them in strategic planning or any strategy matters. So that's quite a robust program, but a very, very useful program. And we encourage all our professionals in strategy in Uganda to enroll for this program. It's very, very recognized. I was telling the ED yesterday that this is highly recognized in the US and Canada, and we need to map it out in Uganda as well, because that's the only way we can improve strategic planning. So there's free monthly webinars. So we always have webinars on topical issues by different, experts, and you can benefit from this. When you're a member, you do not have to pay any more, fee for this, but non-members pay on average $25. So you can see the benefit for this. Free access to the strategy magazine, very, very informative magazine. It's sent online, but you can also receive a hard copy. And of course, recordings for these webinars. Most of these webinars are normally hosted by people outside our time zone. So we recognize that as the ISP, and therefore we make recordings. So even if you're not able to stay late in the evening to attend the live sessions, you can always access the recordings, but you must have registered first for the webinar. Free access to the strategic planning body of knowledge. This is very important. This is like the Bible of strategic planning, the BOK. There is now version 3.0. We came from version 2.0. And the version 3.0 is very informative. It gives you practical, steps in strategic management. And if you're thinking about a certification program, this is the book that you need to have on your side and study it very well. Of course, we have local and virtual networking with your peers. So what we're doing here is one of that. And as I said, we are meeting probably for the first time, some of you, but we also have participants who are online. So during engagements like these, this is how we benefit and strengthen and enhance our skills and knowledge in strategic planning. Also, I talked about the discounts already when you're already a member for these events. It includes the annual conferences. So every year we have a conference that brings all the industry experts and anyone interested. The last conference was this year in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. That was in May. And I was glad to be one of the speakers at that conference. I sit on the board of the IASP Global. And so we want to encourage Ugandans, the experts in strategic planning, to really be at the forefront of this association. So this is the strategy magazine that I talked about. So this is a very, very rich magazine. It's not telling you about pictures or showing you pictures and all those kind of things. No, it's giving you material on strategy management and strategic planning. So it's very important to read this if you're already a member. So my last slide here, I just show you who are the drivers of the IASP. So the IASP has a board of directors, and you can see at the top there, okay, so, okay, this can't go on the, but you can see there that we have the board. This is the new board, and the president from this year is Monica Allen. She's a director. She has a PhD in strategic planning, and she's the director of strategic planning at Mecklenburg County in North Carolina, USA. The outgoing president is Susan Radwan. So Monica is the top one with a red dress, and Susan is just below that. He's the outgoing president. She's a consultant in strategic planning. You have the vice president, Jody Martinez, works with the International Atomic Energy Association and based in Austria. And then we have the secretary is Stephanie Kusiba, based in Chicago, okay? Based in Chicago. And yours truly, Daniel Mara, is on that board, has been there since 2017. So they have now moved me up there. So some kudos for me as well. Thank you. So I serve from this year as the treasurer of the IASP. So we have the rest of the board members that we call members at large. They come from different countries. Ernesto from Venezuela. We have a representative from the United Kingdom, a professor in strategic planning from Canada, Pierre Hadaya. We have a retired military officer in the US, a colonel, John Manning. We have someone from Tampa, Florida, and San Francisco. We have a representative from Mexico. We have this time around someone from Thailand, the very, very first time, and then Saudi Arabia. So that's the global membership, and you can see the kind of holistic membership that we try to bring in. So you can imagine how we conduct our meetings with people in different time zones. So our meetings happen on a monthly basis, and the executive team has more regular meetings, but this happens online. And you can imagine the different time zones. We have also representation in.
We have people in the house, lovely ladies who can help you for any inquiries that you might need about the IASP. We have Evelyn right here. She's at the registration. Evelyn, if you can put up your hand. We have Adrien. I don't know where she is. Oh, she's right there. And myself. But we also have Hilda. Hilda is very instrumental. Hilda, please. For any inquiries, if you want to join the IASP Uganda chapter, and myself, you could ask whatever questions you have. Then for Wi-Fi, there's a board right there on my left-hand side, and it has the Wi-Fi password, so feel free to log in and use internet as much as you can. So on our agenda right now, I would like to invite our Executive Director, Risk and Strategy Management at the Bank of Uganda, Mr. Gasta Kayinja. Mr. Gasta is a professional, and he's mainly a professional in the risk management side, but he has been very instrumental in enhancing risk management and the risk portfolio of the Bank of Uganda. Mr. Gasta Kayinja, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Sarah. The Executive Director, National Planning Authority, Dr. Joseph Muvawala, distinguished experts in strategic planning who are attending physically, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. God is good, and all the time. Amen. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the International Association of Strategy Professionals, IASP Uganda Chapter, National Development Plan 3 Symposium. Colleagues, the IASP, as already elaborated by the President, is the world's leading non-profit association for the strategy professions and is known for being the world's only professional strategy association with a certification process grounded in an industry standard body of knowledge. I need to emphasize that membership to this association provides several opportunities to members, as already elaborated, both corporate and individuals, including access to strategy tools, processes and systems, opportunities to contribute to the strategy magazine, and sharing experiences with international strategy practitioners, especially during webinars and the annual conferences. Bank of Uganda is a corporate member of the ISP and is committed to supporting the ISP Uganda chapter to enhance strategy management in both the public and the private sector in Uganda. I expected a clap there. Hinged on the theme, enhancing national development by promoting multi-sectoral, collaborative, innovative, and inclusive planning, the symposium aims at promoting insightful discussions on the implications surrounding the recently reviewed Third National Development Plan 2021 to 2024-25 midterm report. I need to emphasize that the goal of NDP is to increase household incomes and improve the quality of all Ugandans. Colleagues, this event brings together a diverse range of stakeholders, including representatives from government ministries, departments, and agencies, corporate entities, development partners, and the private sector. I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank all the members and encourage each one of us to join this important association. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor to declare this symposium open. I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Gusta. Thank you so much for that very short but very precise opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to ask you, if I know there are some people who have just come in, just if you can just say hi to your neighbor, find out who they are. I can see most of us do not know each other. I noticed that the members from National Planning Authority have sat at one table. We need to mix up, but I know we shall meet and greet eventually. So we have, in the house, we have experts from the industry experts, thought leaders, to discuss strategies to enhance our progress towards the NDP3 goals for Uganda. And Uganda is our country, so I'm looking forward, and I know most of us are looking forward. And right now, I take this very opportunity to invite our keynote speaker, a gentleman I have always watched on television, So today when I saw him in person, I was very delighted. And I've listened to him, and I know there's a lot that is going to come out, and he's going to take us to levels that we have not had before. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in inviting the Executive Director, National Planning Authority, Dr. Joseph Muvawala. Dr. Joseph, you're very welcome.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am called Joseph Muvawala. I already have a conflict of interest here. Gusta happens to be my brother-in-law, so and my friend. Those two things are different. You could be my brother-in-law and not my friend. So it's good to see you. I've not seen him in a while. And I am also very glad to see that the Omara I see here is still a young man, but already a president. So when I grow up, I want to be like you, son. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have probably not the right person to give you this keynote address, because I'm not a certified strategy person. But the trick about life is that apprentices and people who learn on the job can be very deadly people. The danger with them is that when they learn the bad way, they always teach the bad way. I have been an apprentice of strategy for the last 25 years. I am such an old man, but my size sells me sometimes. So I have been in strategy all my life, but I'm not certified strategy professional. I have also been leading the planning authority for the last 10 years. I'm the longest serving executive director for that institution. It tells you something. It tells you that probably I don't have the skills to leave that job. Or I am too good to be let go. That has happened before. I have attempted to leave and I'm always kept there, which is a wrong thing. It tells you that maybe I've not trained enough people to take over. That's not the truth. But at the same time, I'm a certified risk analyst specialist. Very few in this country with that certification. And I'm going to start right there. I think the central bank is the only place with the right placing of strategy and risk. The only place I've seen in this country. If you notice, risk has been left to the accountants. They so speak. It is their area. Only the central bank. I have seen today they have a executive director, strategy and risk. Those two things move together. Even Winnie did not know that. I also did not know that until I chose to become a risk specialist. And it was so humbling for someone to tell me, they took me through this whole thing. And this is my keynote. I am speaking, ladies and gentlemen. They took me through these lectures, and then they asked me, yes, you're a chief executive. How do you place risk in your institution? I said, yeah, it is with the internal audit. I was very, very proud to have said that. Okay. Internal audit? Okay. So they took me through all the risk logs and all those things, and they said, okay, then how do you do strategy? If for every intervention, you don't account for the risk associated with it. Am I talking? I think I am. So as we become strategy specialists, we must be risk specialists. Because when the Winnies are doing the national plan, they articulate the theme, they articulate the goal, they articulate the strategies, they articulate interventions, and I can tell you what they do. After we have done all that and even costed, then they say, Oh, where is the risk thing? So you create a committee, and that committee looks at risk, independent of the people who looked at interventions. I think that is one thing we should learn going forward today, that if we are going to be strategy people, we must be risk people. And let me congratulate the bank. Not very many people have done that. Even me who knows it, I'm still convincing people. But what I have done is to direct that every strategy person in NPA must be certified risk. And I'm going to pay for it. And if they don't do it, they get out of the institution. I am not asking them, I am directing them, because I am called an executive director. My work is to direct, and that's it. When I start doing the other work, it's like buying a dog and then you start barking yourself. So that is one of the directives I'm about to make, and I hope it will be a good one. And when I looked at the membership, I saw an army person. I said, okay, these people understand. Because many of you don't know the word strategy is army. It didn't start with us, the civilians. No. It's a concept that predates us and starts with the army. If you're going to be a strategy person, you must win. What must you win? Battles and wars. So for everything we do, we are battling. What is the National Development Plan? Battling. Poverty, income. That's what we are battling. So judge us whether we are achieving that battle. It is a war. When you say you want to take off as a country, many of us who are associated with planes know that's the most dangerous time. If you're in a plane, taking off and landing. So when people say Uganda is taking off, it means you're pushing against gravity. You are moving so fast, taking against gravity. That is now the war that we are having to fight as strategists in this country. In whatever position we sit, in whatever we do, we are fighting the income battle. I don't think anybody of us can disassociate themselves from that income battle. I always see Ugandans here joking around with something they should not joke around with. When they joke around with the central bank, that plate is sanctified, my friend, don't joke. Without a price stability, you cannot have income in your country. Can you? How many of you have visited Zimbabwe when it was tough? By show of hands. I did, because I worked with a bank. One time people were moving money on wheelbarrows. Have you ever imagined that in this country? No wonder you fool around with your bank. You start changing rules. Big mistakes. We are fighting an income battle, and that income battle is integrated. Development is an integrated thing. And for that, I am now leading us into collaboration. I happen to be a very structured person. Collaboration. It has to be multi-sectoral. It has to be in partnership. And let me tell you one thing, if you're going to be strategy people, your plan, the document, is not the issue. The NDP is not. What is the issue? The process that makes that NDP is. Did you know that? How many of us knew that? Many of you write strategies in your institutions. Yeah, you can see, this side knows it. Many of you write strategies in your institutions. But that strategy is not the issue. The most important issue is the process. What a good choice of a topic today. Multi-sectoral, collaboration, partnerships. If you write a plan on your desk and it is not owned through process, it is not a national plan. I'm putting Winnie on notice. I am also putting the Ministry of Finance on notice. If you finance a budget process, a very expensive budget process, and choose not to finance the planning process, Isn't that what we have been seeing in this country? I have led an institution where I'm given 5 billion to write a budget, a plan for this country for 10 years. But when I'm doing the budget, I'm given 20 billion. It tells you how things go. In other words, the budget is leading the strategy must always lead the budget. Must. It is a must. It's not even a no-no. It is that strategy must lead the. And that's why when I took over the authority, when we were doing the PFM, I was quick to know that I needed a compliance certificate. It wasn't there in that law. Because I was seeing things being done upside down. And we needed to have a check. Is the budget complying with the plan? That is now a critical matter. And for me, leading the institution I lead, by the Constitution, we are required to work with the civil society, the private sector, to assess government performance. Ask me whether we have done that. Sometimes yes, but not very well. That's one area that this authority is not doing well. So the theme you choose today is our bread and butter. If we are to do the right plans, we must be collaborative, we must be inclusive, and the reason I think it is critical that these things happen is one, we notice in most developing countries, and I can comment about these developing countries because I've worked in a number of them. I'm lucky to have worked in a number of them. After the crisis, the COVID crisis, and the war in Russia, the one we call the Kiev War, I hope you all notice that the fiscal space in most countries has shrunk. And let me talk about my country. If I was to account, the fiscal space in this country is almost zero. And I can just give you an example. You run a budget of 52 trillion, isn't it? How much of that is interest payment? It is close to 16 trillion. How much of that, you can do your mathematics. How much of that is wages and whatever? It's close to 8 trillion. How much of that is committed to running projects? How much of that is operation of government operations? Actually remain with less than 1 trillion as space. So now, because of this dwindling space, strategy now becomes very critical. How do we prioritize? What do we do now? What do we do tomorrow? If you are my young brother Gobi, how would you allocate that budget? Some of you who are not getting a budget from the Consolidated Fund should be dancing, and please dance. Because if you come this side, you'll be in trouble. No travels abroad, no what. Because we have to balance. Because what is happening is that our expenditure has been growing faster than revenue. And it's a simple concept in strategy and in budget. E must equal R. What is your R? 25 trillion. What is your E? 52. So strategy-wise, what are you going to respond? You're running a deficit budget. So if you're a strategist and a risk person, you already can see how deadly this environment is. And many Ugandans don't understand that. Many Ugandans don't understand that. If you're working in the banking sector, you're having another flip there, that you're using short-term capital for long-term, and then people start shouting, interest rate. But they don't understand what the problem is. It's a fundamental problem that you're using short-term capital for long-term. Well, those things never equate. That's why my brother is in trouble while doing risk. I don't know. Yeah? Terrible, 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 terrible. Already, if you're a strategist in that environment, you know that government areas might. They say might do that. And when they do that, government's ability to pay money, and what is happening to the banks that are financing most of these things? Toxic thing on their books. And when they replace, what will happen? Interest rates. So what am I saying with strategy? And strategy specialists here, contextualization. Understanding the fundamentals. You can never be a strategist if you don't understand the fundamentals, because your interventions will be too vain. You are wrongly diagnosing the problem. We blame all commercial banks in this country for high interest rates, but we don't know that there's a problem with the supply of the money. And simple economic supply and demand move together. So, given that shrinking space, then strategy must take root. That's why you see, Mr. President, we have directed that everybody at least has a plan. In the beginning, those plans are not good, by the way. I'm going to rely on you strategy specialists in this country, all of you, to make sure that our plans are. I'm going to rely on the Ugandan chapter to be as hard as possible with your feedback on the structure of these plans. Should they be the same plans anyway? When I have a strategy plan for a private entity within government, should it look like a strategy plan for a ministry? I can see my team is always fighting. Sir, we are not approving. This thing is not by. But I always ask them, is it the same? Should it be the same structure anyway? And for me, I come out to say we are going to rely on you, the strategists, to give us feedback. Just like I'm going to rely on you to give us feedback on the midterm review. So what is also happening that we also see, that we have risks such as pandemics and whatever, which are coming, which require strategy and forethought. Did we ever think COVID would do what it did to us? How many of you ever imagined I would come to a workshop here and I'm talking and some people are listening to me? I would want people here. These days I don't even care, even if there are 4 people. My outreach is bigger, digital-wise. So it is critical. The other issue that I want us to be very clear with is the fact that there are exceptions. In anything you do, they are exceptions. That's where strategy is welcome. They are exceptions. Now you have climate. People call it green. People call it blue economy. People choose to call it whatever they choose. But as strategists, always go for the fundamental. Don't get lost by bombastic words. There is diversity. That's why you need collaboration, partnership, because there is diversity. We are not the same. But at the same time, we are not enemies. There is technology that has been coming. But let me tell you one thing. 90% of African countries have a challenge with strategy, including this country. We have a challenge with strategy. Many of us think that the moment you have an authority called the National Planning Authority, strategy in that country is okay. Because you have a doctor leading it. And then there is a Dr. Nabido. And when you go there, you find 10 doctors. How many do you have in the National Planning Authority? Close to 17 now. But that's not the power. That is not what we call capacity for strategy. Strategy must move from bottom to top. but with the driving force at the top. It's not bottom, whatever, whatever. There must be a direction if you're going, and that's why you have a vision and you have all those kind of things. So I see that 90% of African countries have a problem here. And we have budgets that are not aligned to plans, and we have plans that are not realistic. Yeah? And I think my plan also suffers that disease. And we have a misunderstanding of whether a plan should equate to a budget. Let me ask you a question. Should a plan equate to a budget? Just answer me. Should a plan equate to the budget? It should never. It can, but it shouldn't be the case. Because a plan can mobilize resources beyond your budget. And two, a plan is delivered not by the public sector alone, but by the private and others. So the collaboration comes in. But all the time I go to parliament, guys, that plan must equate to the national resource. I say, you people, are you telling me that this country is developing using public resources? The answer is no. The majority of resources developing this country are on the private side. So, and then I notice that all of us understand the value chain of the PFM. Do we? Where it starts and where it stops. It starts with the strategy and ends with planning, budgeting, spending, and your account. What comes next? Evaluation. Those are all strategy. Those are strategic. Then there is this confusion that strategy equals economists. It exists in this country. Strategy, head of strategy must be an economist with a PhD. Strategy is a multidisciplinary subject. Interviews, everybody must be an economist. No way. I am one, a very proud economist, hardcore, but I don't believe in that stuff. Strategy is multidisciplinary. And for me, strategy ends up to be competence. Any person who tells me that I have a degree in strategy, I start doubting you because your base is weak. I prefer generalists who know too much, and then I take them to strategy. Because you must have a base on which you base your. You can't just say, I am a strategist. I have been studying strategy since I was. No way. I have a problem with that. So now, having said all those very good things, we decided, because of all these problems, to ensure that we do a midterm review. This time, at the right time. Why I have given you the value chain is that most countries in Africa, they do the budgets, they do policy, they do very poor impact and evaluation. Am I right or wrong? Even here. The other day we were throwing out the NADS program, even without evaluating the damn thing. Now we are going back to the things in NADS, calling them different strategy. The other day we were selling UCB. Now people are saying return hour. The other day we were selling the airline. Now we have returned. The other day we were liberalizing everything. Now we have UDC. And it's because strategy must be collaborative. This country has chosen what we call a quasi-market strategy. Quasi-market, these terminologies, don't worry about the mixed economy. Simple. You have the private, where government cannot go, and you have government, where the private cannot go, and you have both. That's why you see UDC is coming back. Did you know that? That's why you see UDC is coming back strong. We're not doing things out of the blue. UDC is coming back strong because we want those guys where the private people cannot reach in the beginning. UDC go, invest, manage, list, and let the private people come in after you have given them a proof of concept. That's why we took that direction, and we have assessed that direction. Now, one of the biggest problems we have faced in this plan, and what we have found, is that our assumptions for growth were too high. We had assumed a 6.3 growth, even after COVID, but we overstated the capacity of this economy to recover. And if you notice, this midterm review has scaled that back to 5%. My president wants a double digit. And he has called me twice to say, this country can grow at 10% and more. I say, Your Excellency, yes. On condition. Then when I list the conditions, we find ourselves back to the same position. So we have now cut down the growth numbers to 5.3 on average because of the midterm review. We have also found that only 17% of the plan has been implemented. Now, strategy. Does strategy start and stop with you doing the strategy? Does it continue to implementation? And that's where the misnomer in this country is. We do very good strategies. Very good strategies. When you read them, they are a book for anybody to get a PhD. Go to implement them. Why is that the problem? Because we don't do very good risk. The implementation risk in this country is substantial. In diplomacy, we are told not to use high law. We use substantial, satisfactory, less than satisfactory. That's how we were trained. And so when I come from the bank and I'm coming to this country, I say, yes, your risk is substantial. Those words which are very confusing. But the truth is the implementation risk in this country is very high. So when you're doing strategy, and that's what we found out, 17% has been implemented. And what have we done? We have scaled back on all the projects. And I hope Winnie has distributed to all of you those 8 thematic reports. Do we have them? All of us? Soft copy, whatever. And you can see how rough we are on ourselves. But we find that the strategic direction of the country is still relevant. Tell me, would you take me seriously if I told you now I am changing the theme from increasing income and quality? Was that theme going to be implemented in 5 years? Would anyone ever imagine that? So likely the NDP4 is maintaining the same. Actually 90%. I would fight. These guys want to change because they are so used to just changing themes as if it is a slogan every time, another one, every time. How many of you has done this exercise? Go and get the national budgets for the last 15 years and get the themes of those budgets. They make very good reading. Just do an exercise. Every year we are coming up with one. And and what is happening? We are becoming sloganeers, not strategists. A good strategist must be able to say the theme is still relevant. Because our strategic direction was we do a mixed economy, we do value addition, we do import replacement, we do export promotion, skills improvement in a sustainable. Would you change that if you were me? I don't know. But also remember that in this very plan, we adopted what we call a program approach. You know, budget experts are very interesting. Budget starts with the input budget, output budget, result budget. The highest level of a budget is a program budget. This country transited to a program budget before the planning came to the program. So we have been trying to catch up. But the implication is, where you have a program and output budget, you are losing more of inputs and outputs. If I was budgeting for the education sector, for example, I would be using classrooms as my, when I report classrooms constructed, teachers recruited, books bought. Now we have gone to the highest level. It's no longer classrooms, it's no longer books, it is learning. Now that tells you that strategy must now come in. The capacity of planning at all levels must change. Because the people I have in the system are most used to classrooms, books bought, everything. They are not used to learning. Even the statistical systems in this country are not used to learning. Because if it's learning outcomes, you cannot collect it just administratively. It has to be a survey, and it must be on time. So what did we find in the plan? That over 80% of our indicators did not have information for us to assess. Am I right? Because the surveys are coming late. The surveys are coming late. So now as a country, we must now strategize on how surveys must be on time. You see how these things relate to each other. What are we also finding? That we did not do enough change management. You know, when you change direction, you should be doing a lot of change management. People cannot even define a result. You think it is easy, but let them tell you define results for governance. Huh? People start fighting. I think you have had that battle between justice and governance. The justice people are saying, for us, we are not part of governance because the Constitution makes us independent. But they are part of governance. Justice for what? Effective governance indicators. Can justice operate alone without the police or without prosecution? Should we look at constitutional mandate or working together to deliver? Of course, I was defeated and we created a program for justice. Now it is totally lost. It's on its own. It was politically generated. So we're having serious challenges with the programs. But let me tell you this, colleagues. Programs are here to stay. They are calling them problematic approach, whatever, because their capacities are so weak to understand they're turning it into a problem. The M&E systems we have cannot support programs. That's also what we found. But one thing that we should know, and Winnie is here to take you through the details if you want, and she will also be here to listen to your comments all through. On a whole, we see that planning and strategy is taking root in this country. And I thank you for at least clapping, because when I joined, things were very tough. When I left the bank to come to this job, somebody told me, why are you wasting your time? Why don't you earn your dollars? I told them, okay, the most difficult part is what I want to do. And I hope I'm leaving a different place for strategy in this country. Now, we have found from the midterm review that planning capacity of this country is very low across the board. We have found that most agencies have subjugated strategy under finance and administration. Big mistake. Big mistake. You can't be the one that plans, the one who does the budget, the one that spends it, the one that accounts for it, the one. It's a simple thing, but I don't see why in this country people don't want to see the things. strategy must always be given an independent position, and its strategy belongs to the leader of the institution. Any institution I lead, strategy must report to me. If you want, you can take your audit. You don't take strategy away from the leader. Maybe that should tell you where the planning authority should be resting, but that's another matter. Strategy must remain strategy. Even procurement must be strategic. Some people don't know the difference between a supply officer and a procurement officer. One of them is strategic, another is delivering books. But you treat people who are supposed to be strategic like they are supply officers. We want paper. A lot of this plan is not being implemented well because we were not strategic on certain functions. Winnie, have you ever invited procurement people when you're writing your plan? So when it comes to procurement, you say you want to do the standard gauge in 5 years. Supposing the procurement person tells you you cannot, because you must take certain amounts to procure. Why is it that all projects in this country take 8 years to implement? Did you know? We never involve procurement people in the things. They would tell us, you people, using international regulation, I need 8 months to procure. But for you, just come and assume a project is 5 and divide the money disbursed equally 5 years. You see where we get it wrong in strategy. And for me, what is the future now? I'm not going to go into detail because this is a keynote address. What is the future? I think, President, for me, first of all, like I said, I'm privileged to be here. First, I did not understand it before. I had refused to come. Then the president insisted. Then I read, and I called this lady and said, what is this? I didn't know about it. You can imagine. I sit on the Council of Development Planning on Africa, the entire Africa. But I find this more useful. I find this more useful, and I think the directive was made yesterday that NPA should become a corporate member. Who else should not be? You should be. And I was also telling the president, cut your costs and let every NPA staff member become a member. Because they are strategists. After learning, I'm not willing to use anybody who is not certified in NPA. I'm not prepared to. I'm putting them through the lessons, all of them. I've done planning for 23 years. There is only one grade I go for, top. You can't put me below. You have no choice. When I join, I'm going for the top. Not to become the president, but to become a top professional. I'm not interested in being a president. I will support my president here. So I am coming here after this keynote address to assure you that you have the full support of this strategy institution of this country. Because I guess that NPA is this strategy institution of this country. I will proceed when I receive the synopsis of the organization to present the matter to top management of the Ministry of Finance, where I sit. And I hope the governor will support me because we sit there together. That all planners in this country be encouraged to become members. And I also commit to make the Ugandan chapter a very big chapter on this continent. Because I never go for small things in my life. I am a small man who goes for very big things. So you know my specifications. And I am hoping that you will participate in our capacity building programs of this country. If we want everybody to become a certified strategy professional, then we must capacitate them. And the National Planning Authority will do that for you, bringing the planners together such that we talk to them just about, because they have been complaining to me. You are not there for us. So for me, this is a chance to pretend that I'm there for them. And I want to thank you very much. And I want to conclude that we need, I think, to sit together and do an audit of planning in our country. A very serious audit of planning in this country. Mr. President, we can contribute some resources. Since you are independent, it is easier for me to use you to do an audit of strategy in this country. From top, macro. Actually, one thing I didn't tell you from this midterm review, which is so worrying, that the coordination between fiscal and monetary policy has continued to weaken in this country, and it is a worrying sign. While in the central bank, we are fighting to clean up. For us, we are just throwing garbage. We are just spending. I will not talk about bond prices because that might cause Ugandans to run the wrong way around. Actually, at my level, I must also be responsible with what I say. Not to attack the economy, but we are seeing a weakening coordination, which is a serious challenge to us. Many of us, when we were growing in this very same government, big projects would never pass without the clearance of the central bank. And you know why? These projects come in foreign currency and they are being dumped on this economy. But these days, I don't think you even know how many projects we are passing. That's another matter. So I think we need to do an audit of the entire value chain of strategy and planning in this country, with you, with the Auditor General, so that we can now prescribe the right things for the growth of strategy in this country. I have prepared a paper which I have asked my team to go and change. When I got here, I decided that the paper was not good enough for you people. It's going to be changed a little bit and submitted for the record, such that we can have a record of this. But I will also be proceeding to the board on the 28th to introduce this subject. You will excuse me, I'm a little bit of an action-packed person. When you give me a job, I can take it over and you think it has been mine. So, Mr. President, I'm here to support you, not to... I'm not here to take over. I have renegated myself from the Economics Association of Uganda. I don't go there because I feel its leadership is not competent. I am sorry. I don't go. From the time Mr. Kasekende left, I don't go. And you can see it is dying. So let us have strategy up and let the economists go to hell. May God bless you. Thank you very much. So unfortunately, I'll be going. I will be prepared to take some questions for like 5 minutes for those who want to take questions, so that I can go to State House to deal with the youth employment in this country. If you allow me, President, yes. Just a few, to also show you that I don't fear questions. Dr. Winnie Navido will leave my email with you. I directed her yesterday to make sure that I'm a member by today. Am I a member? Oh, I'm in the process of becoming a member. Yeah, but I bring value, don't worry. I'm not a problem to the institution. Yes?
Good morning. My name is Lucia Orikiriza. I'm a manufacturer of Ori Bags factories based in Oroba Mitiana Road. I have a question for you, Dr. Muvawara. Yes, so on the National Planning Authority, because most of the technologies we use, we do technology transfer from Asia. Because as you know, the consumption pyramid of what we consume mainly in Uganda and Africa at large is from Asia. So we have issues Sometimes when we go and we bring most of the technologies, we don't have standards at UNBS. So it is very hard for us to even export without standards. When you go to Uganda Export Promotion Board, it is as if it is in limbo. When we go to our counterparts, for example, I've been to Malaysia Productivity Center and Efficiency, and how they have mastered the forces of demand and supply in our country, it is so worrying. So here, when you go to UNBS, it is disconnected from IASB. Sometimes we are looking for, some of our paperwork take long. And sometimes even the officers whom we get in contact with, they don't know most of the things. Yet we are the people who are doing a mass production for people downtown. And then on research and development, we have a gap because the market is turbulent, especially when we export some of the items. And you find our people here are not measuring up. And lastly, I'm a stage 4 breast cancer patient. We import a lot of medical cannabis and curcumin. Curcumin is an extract from turmeric. We are spending a lot, and again, when it comes, like for me, the taxes are very high. Sometimes maybe also doctors think we are written off, yet we are productive. And we do not have even waivers on some of these products that we import. Because I have, and another thing, also some of the things are not for microphone. I will get a time, maybe we sit and, yeah, thank you.
I think I'll deal with that. This is, first and foremost, we have another fundamental problem I didn't discuss here. Standards, service delivery, and service delivery standards. Who knows those standards for this country? When you go to Mulago as a patient, who of you knows that standard? So as a planning authority, we want to agree with you entirely. And we have written to government that should be a priority, that for every provider, you call it a client charter on the other side in strategy, there must be a client charter. Actually, you can ask yourself that without service and service delivery standards, what's the basis of planning? I can put it the other way around to tell you that maybe we are doing nothing. What is the basis of a budget? I hear people saying, Olugudolubi, they stole money. What basis did you use for you to determine that somebody stole money? What do we use to compare a road to another road and its cost? We have written all these things to government, and a directive has been issued. But for your sake, in the area that you work with, it is also our work as a planning authority to work with you. So Madam Nabido will take your number. We also advise UNBS. I must tell you, we have an implementation and enforcement challenge in this country. That I must tell you. UNBS work like policemen. They come and close you, isn't it? Instead of teaching you how to go to that standard. Because sometimes they don't also have the standard. The one of cancer will talk, because I am also in that area. I have a stage 4 colonal cancer behind me and a stage 2 cancer breast, my sister. So I know I am having to import drugs from India for chemo here. At least I was not taxed. I'm an important man in this country. But that's not the right thing to do. It's not the right thing to do. So I always encourage my staff to be proactive. We need to meet with her to discuss the issue of the standard of our factory. Then I need to write to UNBS. If it means developing the standards, we'll have to to develop them. That one I can assure you. Yes? You move the mic quickly so that I can leave you people to do your good work.
Dr. Mvala, thank you very much for the keynote address.
Yes.
I have a few comments.
Yes,
You shared with us that our budget is about 52 trillion.
Yes.
And much of this is interest payment.
And committed finance.
Yeah. And also that there are institutions that have not absorbed this money, yet we are paying a lot of interest.
Yes.
I want to learn it from you. Is there any legislation to criminalize such kind of chief executives or accounting officers who have not absorbed? This is very expensive money.
Yes.
And is putting our economy at stake. Do we have any legislation around, or what has National Planning Authority, now that we understand the problem, done? Are there any sensitization? Are there any conferences where you bring together stakeholders to address some of these key challenges? Because this is a national problem. Yes. And you know the various institutions that are involved in the fiscal space, you know the institutions that are involved in the monetary policy space. What have you done as National Planning Authority to bring to book or to bring to provide information to those? Thank you very much.
I think that is an easy one. There is no legislation, unfortunately. The person who appoints accounting officers is the PSST. We provide information on performance. There are many sectors that are having non-performing projects. And unfortunately, when we came here, he talked of people. Strategy is about the biggest problem for this country are the people. It is us who lead institutions, unfortunately. And we have been talking with the PSST to start disappointing all those accounting officers. But I can disappoint you as an accounting officer, but I cannot disappoint you as a PS because you are appointed by the president. I have no powers over. I only have power over, because when I leave you as a PS, you are still in charge of strategy, isn't it? I'm only removing the financial role from you. So I think we need to take it to the next level. You just get away and let somebody else who can manage take the job. We have so many sectors. Winnie can give you those numbers of which project is performing, how long it has taken. Some projects are 15 years. The commitment fees we pay. Do you know what the meaning of a commitment fee? As a bank, ADB, I commit next year, Uganda will take $1 million. When you don't take it, I charge you. That's what I used to do there, charging you. And then I pay myself in dollars, and I drive very expensive cars because of your own inefficiency or incompetence. Yes, something else? That one we are working on. Let me come here, then go there.
Yes, thank you, Doctor, for your insightful keynote address. I like your pugilistic approach to some of the things. I intend to agree, but I'm always disagreed with.
Yes.
Anyhow, however, I have 3 questions from a leading strategist in Uganda online. He's online, but he asked me to ask you these questions. His name is Charles Odach.
Yes.
Most of us know who he is, so he doesn't need any introduction.
Yes, I know.
Question number 1 from him is, what plans does the NPA have to create strategy alignment of all the MDAs to NDP4? That's number 1. Number 2, we have several frameworks adopted by various MDAs. What must be done to streamline these? Number 2 is, we have several frameworks adopted by various MDAs. What must be done to streamline these multiple frameworks? MBO, Balanced Scorecard, SP, Strategic Planning. Mm-hmm. And then the third one says, one of the challenges we face is performance measurement. How can we drive a move away from measuring activities to working with meaningful KPIs?
Okay, I'll start with the last one. I think the first move has been for us to go program. That is the intention, that we now start measuring results. And we are hoping But the moment we get here, the next thing will be the development of KPIs that relate to the results. What is the result of the institution that I'm leading? For me, the institution that I'm leading, the result is, in the intermediate one, efficient use of resources. Then on top is development. So if what we have been doing for all this long, for the 10 years, has not led to any development, then I should not be the ED anymore. Somebody else should. So that's what we are doing. And we are hoping that this is going to cascade into even the KPIs for the permanent secretaries. You know, in these countries, the permanent secretaries are the most important people, because government is one of the major spenders. In other countries, they're not the most important. In Uganda, they are the most important. And if you realize the quality of a PS has an impact on the quality of the delivery of that institution. She was complaining, my team sits next to me, because it is my nature. I don't scare my staff off. They are my friends. We quarrel when we have to quarrel and laugh when we have to. It goes down to the institution, depending on the character. How many of you have studied the identity economics? The identity of the leader. If it does not skim through the institution, then that leader is not transformational. So, but when you see now PSs, if a PS has had a qualified audit for 3 years, should we renew their contract? But don't you know people who have qualified audits with the contracts? Okay. I think I've answered your question. I have another way. One of the things I always do is to make my life very simple. I don't want to complicate stuff. Because I realize when I complicate stuff, I talk to myself. So you'll excuse me when I become very simple sometimes. Now, on the issue of different frameworks, I think government needs to adopt one framework. And you know, right now, the balanced scorecard is one of the best. I'm sorry, I might be, maybe I am a little bit conflicted here. But if we could go for the balanced scorecard, very easy. The processes, whatever, easy, very easy. But the majority of boards do not even have performance targets. I don't think my board has. At least the UNRWA board where I've been sitting, they're using a balanced scorecard, and you see a different kind of institution. So I think we need to agree one. And as being at the center of planning, I am at the center of everything good and everything bad. There is nothing you are talking here that is not my business. Now, on the issue of what plans do we have, the alignment of strategy, you know, it's going to be a process, ladies and gentlemen. We started when people would do budgets without any strategy. At least now, people have some bad strategies. Bad ideas are better than no ideas at all. And I have been telling my team, I need to get an outsider who is not NPA to review for me all these strategies for academic sake and develop for me a blueprint of what a good strategy is. Isn't that a good job for you? That way, we will learn on the differences and the strength and the good practices. Then maybe as a planning authority, I can come out and say, the strategy for Bank of Uganda is a very good strategy. And it scores X on a certain whatever. Right now, I have a criteria, I am trying my best. We are not 30% there. So I think we can do some work together with you on this issue. And I'm hoping that Winnie is also writing the things I'm promising. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Edie. Just before you go, I thought I would ask you a few questions here. So you have addressed a number of issues, and for me, the area of cascading alignment, I'm glad Charles has asked that. But earlier on, I'm aware that government took on the public-private partnership,
PPP.
The PPP model. How much has been done in this to drive the deliverables in the NDP 3? Number two, In the aspect of the balanced scorecard, a framework for government, I'm glad that question came up as well. 3 years ago, I think, the Ministry of Public Service visited the Bank of Uganda. And the reason was to learn about this balanced scorecard methodology. Mm-hmm. We provided the technical support, and even as the IASP, we have promised that we will provide support even on pro bono basis. So there was a commitment, maybe not very strong, from the ministry that they want to implement this across government. Now, if we do not have this across government, certainly you'll have all these challenges as NPA, because it's one thing to have a plan, it's another to monitor it and actually evaluate and see whether you're moving towards your objectives or you have fallen short of your objectives. So I think those are the areas that I had for you on the PPP model especially.
Yeah, but on the balanced scorecard, I don't know why we are moving slow. I have been a board member of UNRWA, and I can tell you, I have been a leader of a certain objective. As a board member, I was leading a certain objective of the balanced scorecard of the board, which in essence is different from the balanced scorecard of the technical people, but one is leading into the other. For me, I find it as a very good methodology, which this country should adopt. The beauty with it is that when we write these plans and we put certain statements in the plan, they are respected. I am hoping that when we write the strategic direction for the future, given that we have gone for programs, we are going to provide a performance framework of balanced scorecard to cabinet for approval. Okay? So when we write the cabinet memo for the strategic direction, I know Mr. Omara will not leak it. Make sure that that draft, he looks at it, such that we have that recommendation. You know, for us in the government, we have a lot of power sometimes. I will make a recommendation which nobody thinks is important. But because you people don't like reading, you approve it, and then we start from there. So that's what I'm promising, this one, such that we can get a framework, and I will take your pro bono service. One of the things that leads things down is a proof of concept. Many people take this National Planning Authority as a very good institution. If we can adopt it ourselves, then we can teach other people how to do it. And we can force others. But because I've not started adopting it, I'm like, this thing, when I put it here, I'm also a criminal here. So we will take your pro bono service. If public service has not taken it, Executive Director, NPA is available to be used as an example, and then we can. Such that the next strategy we are using a balanced scorecard approach. Now, PPP, what has been done? We have a committee of honorable members, very big guys. They sit on this committee. Then the second thing, we have a law, like Uganda. We have so many laws which we don't enforce. Now, let me tell you one thing about PPP. It is the allocation of risk, isn't it? Isn't that PPP? Basically, that's what it is. That I allocate the risk I cannot manage to you. Isn't it? Now, a private party and a Ugandan government official, who will take most of the risk? Many of us know when we go to negotiate with the banks there, we end up shopping, and so the entire risk is sent to government. Now, you send a Muvawala who is earning 2 million shillings to negotiate risk with somebody who is earning $30,000. What am I saying? Capacity. We have no capacity to allocate risk. How many of you have seen these buildings in town? SGS, whatever. Those many buildings, how many of you have not seen them? Haven't you moved those buildings of testing vehicles? Yes. That was a PPP. You know what's going to end up? They have taken us to court. We are going to pay in billions. Badly structured. Kalangala infrastructure. Maintaining that ferry is 4 times a new ferry. Badly structured. What does the law say? The PPP is structured by the ministry. That planning unit in the ministry is the structure of the PPP. Do people have capacity? So that's another area. We need to build capacity. We have not leveraged PPP to implement the plan. Actually, right now, for me, it is too risky. Every time I see PPP, I run off. Because I know those guys are better than us, they're going to send the entire risk to us, and the country will pay more than it should be paying. I think one of the South American countries landed in big trouble with PPPs. Contingent liabilities were just unbelievable. So, President, that is another area that we need to work on, and it's a capacity issue. We think that by having a committee, we have done it. We think that by having a director in finance, who is very good, I can tell you, but being presented with garbage. So we are far off. Although we have a law and we have a committee. I have chosen to be as frank as possible to you because you are colleagues. Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the wise counsel. My name is Agawa Innocent, and I serve on the board of the IASP Uganda chapter.
Oh, glad.
I'm very delighted that finally we have NPA on board, because we have been quoting NPA since 2018. And of course, NPA is a very instrumental institution when it comes to driving the performance in all the other MDAs. So I want to comment on what you mentioned, the strategy and the risk. We at inception we foresaw that challenge, and we started engaging some of the risk practitioners in the industry, and we are currently working closely with the insurance. There is IRA. IRA is a risk chapter in Uganda as well, and some of these areas that have been highlighted are being tackled at that level. So I just want to give us some reassurance that in terms of completing the loop of strategy and risk management, then the chapter has moved a step. And this, with your assurance and commitment to support, I have no doubt really that we are going to scale to greater heights. So mine is really to appreciate and also congratulate the chapter for really onboarding MPA. Thank you.
And I, at this moment, let me thank you all for listening to me. All the promises I've made will be fulfilled. I am hoping that we can grow and become stronger, because when you read our plans, professionalizing strategy is one of our objectives at NPA. So we see you as our brothers in this battle, and we will support you, whether we are still in these positions or we are out of these positions. May God bless you and enjoy yourselves. I hope the professionals will know each other. I've not gotten a chance to know all of you, but I've seen all your faces, and when I meet you, I'll remember. May God bless you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that elaborate, thought-provoking remark. Thank you so much, sir. I think we'll allow Omara and Gusta to escort our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted it to go on and on. I don't know about you, but I couldn't help it. I didn't want him to stop. And he has exceeded our expectation. Dr. Joseph Muvala, in his absence, please let us give him a hand of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I would like to let you know that we have finished the first session of our symposium. In the final session or the late morning session, we shall have a panel discussion. And here with us, we have experts in the strategy industry. We have Daniel O'Mara, who has just stepped out. Daniel O'Mara is the head strategy management and advocacy in the Bank of Uganda. We have the keynote speaker who has just spoken to us, Dr. Joseph Muvala, who is the NPA Executive Director. Most of you know him. We have Miss Vicky Nachide. She's right here, the lovely Miss Vicky Nachide. She's the head personal banking in Standard Chartered Bank Uganda. And lastly, but certainly not least, we have Mr. Gavin Onaba, who is the IASP Uganda Charter Board. So these are the panelists this mid-morning afternoon, and they will be leading us through question and answer, but also giving us different briefs in different topical issues on strategy and strategy management, but especially on our theme, enhancing national development by promoting a multi-sectoral, collaborative, innovative, and inclusive planning. So I'd like to invite you all to the next, we have a health break, and here with us, just at the other side, the balcony or the lobby, we have drinks and refreshments and eats. Please enjoy yourselves as you may please. And we have a breathtaking sight of the Kampala city, the golf course and the other places. So I'd like to invite you to the health break. Thank you very much before we can start again.
strategic management, strategic thinking, and strategic insight. We welcome you to join and be part of this organization, to be part of this international community where you will find people who have a passion for strategy. You'll find professionals who think about strategy and who create and use strategy to deliver results. Welcome.
Everybody needs some money. Katika nkulage how to make money. Simple ngate digital. From just 20K, invest your money now. Bimbe. Cash up whenever you want your money. Sign up. Sign up. Change your fund. Sign up. Sign up. Change your fund.
Whatever your dream is, it could be yours. Just sign up for SC Shilingi from Standard Chartered Bank. Invest as low as 20,000 Uganda shillings and watch your money grow. Download the SC mobile app and start on your investment journey. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please visit www.sc.com/UG or call us on 0200 52 44 100. Standard Chartered Bank. Here for good. Standard Chartered Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda up to 10 million.
Hello, I'm Susan Radwan, SMP, President of the International Association for Strategy Professionals, also known as IASP. Do you consider yourself a strategy professional? While it may not be in your job title, strategy work across the enterprise is a major lift, and IASP is here to support you. At the current time, IASP is evolving. We are designing the professional home for strategy professionals. Our body of knowledge 3.0, professional development through webinars, certification, learning providers, the development of chapters around the world, communities of practice, and a return to in-person conferences and meetings is all here under this tent. This is where you can find the people who understand strategic management, strategic thinking, and strategic insight. We welcome you to join and be part of this organization, to be part of this international community where you will find people who have a passion for strategy. You'll find professionals who think about strategy and who create and use strategy to deliver results. Welcome.
Sign up, change it for me. Sign up, everybody needs some money. Katika nkulage how to make money. Simple ngate digital. From just 20K, invest your money now. Bimbe. Cash up whenever you want your money. Sign up. Sign up. Sign up.
Whatever your dream is, it could be yours. Just sign up for SC Shilingi from Standard Chartered Bank. Invest as low as 20,000 Uganda shillings and watch your money grow. Download the SC mobile app and start on your investment journey. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, visit www.sc.com/UG or call us on 0200 52 44 100. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. Standard Chartered Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda up to 10 million.
Hello, I'm Susan Radwan, SMP, President of the International Association for Strategy Professionals, also known as IASP. Do you consider yourself a strategy professional? While it may not be in your job title, strategy work across the enterprise is a major lift, and IASP is here to support you. At the current time, IASP is evolving. We are designing the professional home for strategy professionals. Our body of Knowledge 3.0, professional development through webinars, certification, learning providers, the development of chapters around the world, communities of practice, and a return to in-person conferences and meetings is all here under this tent. This is where you can find people who understand strategic management, strategic thinking, and strategic insight. We welcome you to join and be part of this organization, to be part of this international community where you will find people who have a passion for strategy. You'll find professionals who think about strategy and who create and use strategy to deliver results. Welcome.
Sign up, sign up. Everybody needs some money. Katika nkulage how to make money. Simple ngate digital. From just 20K, invest your money now. Bimbe. Cash up whenever you want your money. Sign up, sign up. Sign up, sign up.
Whatever your dream is, it could be yours. Just sign up for SC Shilingi from Standard Chartered Bank. Invest as low as 20,000 Uganda shillings and watch your money grow. Download the SC mobile app and start on your investment journey. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please visit www.sc.com/UG or call us on 0200 52 44 100. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. Standard Chartered Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda up to 10 million.
Susan Radwan, SMP, President of the International Association for Strategy Professionals, also known as IASP. Do you consider yourself a strategy professional? While it may not be in your job title, strategy work across the enterprise is a major lift, and IASP is here to support you. At the current time, IASP is evolving. We are designing the professional home for strategy professionals. Our body of Knowledge 3.0, professional development through webinars, certification, learning providers, the development of chapters around the world, communities of practice, and a return to in-person conferences and meetings is all here under this tent. This is where you find the people who understand strategic management, strategic thinking, and strategic insight. We welcome you to join and be part of this organization, to be part of this international community where you will find people who have a passion for strategy. You'll find professionals who think about strategy and who create and use strategy to deliver results. Welcome.
Sign up, sign up. Everybody needs some money. Katika nkulage how to make money. Simple ngate digital. From just to take it. Now bimbe. Cash up whenever you want your money. Sign up, sign up. Sign up, sign up.
Whatever your dream is, it could be yours. Just sign up for SC Shilingi from Standard Chartered Bank. Invest as low as 20,000 Uganda shillings and watch your money grow. Download the SC mobile app and start on your investment journey. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please visit www.sc.com/UG or call us on 0200 52 44 100. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. Standard Chartered Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda up to 10 million.
Hello, I'm Susan Radwan, SMP, President of the International Association for Strategy Professionals, also known as IASP. Do you consider yourself a strategy professional? While it may not be in your job title, strategy work across the enterprise is a major lift, and IASP is here to support you. At the current time, IASP is evolving. We are designing the professional home for strategy professionals. Our body of Knowledge 3.0, professional development through webinars, certification, learning providers, the development of chapters around the world, communities of practice, and a return to in-person conferences and meetings is all here under this tent. This is where you can find the people who understand strategic management, strategic thinking, and strategic insight. We welcome you to join and be part of this organization, be part of this international community where you will find people who have a passion for strategy. You'll find professionals who think about strategy and who create and use strategy to deliver results. Welcome.
Sign up, sign up. Everybody needs some money. Katika nkulage how to make money. From just 20K, invest your money now. Cash out whenever you want your money. Sign up, sign up, sign up, sign up.
Whatever your dream is, it could be yours. Just sign up for SC Shilingi from Standard Chartered Bank. Invest as low as 20,000 Uganda shillings and watch your money grow. Download the SC mobile app and start on your investment journey. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please visit www.sc.com/ENG or call us on 0200 52 44 100. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. Standard Chartered Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda up to 10 million.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. Hope you had a lovely break and you are refreshed with the tea and the bites. Just to let you know, in the house we have a lady that she asked a question and many of us probably have paid attention to her. She's called Lucy. And right behind you, behind this room at the left-hand side corner, right-hand side corner, you can see packages, boxes, and different items. Whenever you have a moment, please go and visit that table. The company is called Ori Bags. They're financed by Microfinance Support Center. And they recycle waste paper to make bags, gift bags, all those lovely packaging bags and gift bags. So please pay a visit to that table and speak to Lucy. Lucy is right there. Lucy, if you can just wave to the members. Yeah, that's Lucy. Lucy will take you through and you can buy a piece or get her number. We are in our final session of the symposium. Just to keep you, to put you at par, that in the morning session we had a keynote speaker from the NPA Executive Director, and he spoke so many things, and I wouldn't like to get back into that because they were very captivating, and he's a very effective communicator, and he spurred a lot of action in our thoughts. So I'm sure we're going to go back and do so much. But in our next session, we have a panel discussion. We have panelists who I have already introduced, but I'll introduce them again and then hand over to Mr. Daniel O'Mara, who is our chairperson, president of the IASP. In the house, ladies and gentlemen, we have Daniel O'Mara, the head of strategy management, Bank of Uganda. I was expecting a hand clap. We have Miss Vicky Nachide. She is the head personal banking, Standard Chartered Bank. You're very welcome. It's always good to have a lady in the house. I'm always very delighted to have ladies. And Gavin Onaba, Mr. Gavin Onaba, who is the IASP Uganda Charter Board. He's a member of the board. All right, so I would like to hand over the mic to Mr. Daniel O'Mara to take over, and he will let us know what are the terms of the panel discussion. Daniel, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much that you are still here with us, and I really pray that you will remain with us until we end this session, because as you noticed, we've started off very well, okay? from the keynote speaker. I think we've learnt a lot from the keynote speaker, and we had the opportunity to ask questions. But because of duty, the call of duty, he had to leave. But the NPA is still represented here. So at this point, I would like to request Dr. Winnie Nabido to move forward to the panelist table and take the ED's table. The ED was also supposed to be on the panel, and now I request that Dr. Winnie Nabido, who has been very instrumental in, thank you, in helping us get this, this support from the NPA. So thank you, Winnie. So ladies and gentlemen, this event as a start could not happen just on our own as the IASP. It has happened on what I asked the ED about, the PPP model, public-private partnership. So this event has been proudly sponsored by a number of institutions here, very big institutions. Standard Chartered Bank Uganda Limited. If you're in the banking sector, I'm sure you know who Standard Chartered Bank is or are. So Standard Chartered Bank is here well represented. Standard Chartered Bank now is one of those banks in the country that promotes a lot of electronic transactions. So if you are an account holder with Standard Chartered Bank, you'll realize that there's a lot of online transactions that they encourage you to do. But for today, we are very grateful that Standard Chartered Bank has given us the head of retail banking, personal banking, the head of personal banking, Vicky Nachide. And so, Vicky, we are very delighted to have you here. So we're going to listen to each one of you, but let me do this first. So we're here and fully supported by Standard Chartered Bank. We're here and fully sponsored by the Microfinance Support Center, MSC. The Microfinance Support Center, I mean, extending credit to the small, medium, and micro enterprises. That's one way of, supporting and influencing investments, influencing economic development in this country. If you have a large circle or you have a circle, you can get loans from the Microfinance Support Center. If you're an individual and you have a big project that you think can sell, has value, you can always reach out to the Microfinance Support Center, and they will extend all these credit services to you. This is one of the ways of, spurring development, economic development in this country. We need to stop being a receiving economy, but we need to promote more of export. Can we produce? So when I had I think one of these companies sponsored by MSC, the lady that talked about technology, I mean, that's very, very encouraging. So you can see the testimonies already of support from the MSC. So thank you, MSC, for supporting this event. We've also received support, of course, from the big bank, the Bank of Uganda. I'm saying that quite slowly. And the Bank of Uganda was fully represented here by the Acting Executive Director, Risk and Strategy Management. And you had the ED's discussion on the placement of risk and strategy. So he gave us the accolades because we do that already at the Bank of Uganda. So the risk and strategy management are all in one directorate and we work together. So we're here also represented by Moses Turiagenda. He's the Acting Director, Strategy Management and Quality Assurance, Bank of Uganda. Moses, you'd like to wave to the team. And Deborah Mugabi, who is also a Deputy Director there. So Deborah, if you can wave. And a number of other people who are here from the Bank of Uganda. But can we see the people from MSC? I know Innocent is there, Yvonne is there. Please wave to the Team, oh, it's a big team. So some faces I did not know, but you're here. I hope I spoke clearly about your products, okay? All right. But this event also, of course, was fully, sponsored by the IASP itself. I mean, we have a team here that we'll introduce later on that helped to put this together. But this session is actually the panel session where we're going to ask these ladies and gentlemen issues around our discussion today. And we've said our theme is, let me just get the wording, it's a mouthful. Okay, thank you. So our theme for discussion today is enhancing national development by promoting multi-sectoral, collaborative, innovative, and inclusive planning. That's a mouthful, but very important. What I would like to pick from there, and to you, the panelists, the discussion will really be around the multi-sectoral aspect. Because as you heard, strategy is not about a one-off. It's a process. So if you do it as a one-off, you will have a good document and it will sit on the table, it will sit in the shelves. There will be no discussion of it in any boardroom. That's not what we want. And it seems that that's the kind of thing that perhaps the NPA is suffering with in terms of implementing the NDP 3. So now to you, of course, our panelists here. Dr. Winnie Navido is a senior planner with the National Planning Authority, and she's here to represent her ED that we have heard from very eloquently. Vicky Nachide, I will stick to Vicky. Vicky is from Standard Chartered Bank, as you said, head of personal banking, and anything about banking, anything about credit. And Standard Chartered here is really to speak about their product so that you know. Because if you want to invest, if you want to implement, even as a government, we have a national development plan that has about, 16 programs I have seen, all right, 20 programs. Those programs are huge. Do you have the funding? This funding can be got through the public-private partnership. So that's very important. The multi-sectoral approach is key here. Gavin Onaba is a seasoned strategist. He's also a private consultant with Eland Management Group, and he provides management consulting. And he has a wide experience from both Uganda and the United States of America. And so this table comes with a huge group of people with experiences across the board. And so I'd like to go straight now to you, the panelists. I will start with you, Winnie, because you are the hub of and the pivot of this whole discussion. The National Development Plan 3. We've heard from previous speakers, and the ED re-echoed it today, that you've only implemented 17% of this plan. That's very worrying when you're doing a midterm review and you have only 17% implemented. So what's going to happen? This is a 5-year term. For those who are not in the planning fraternity, a midterm review is done as it is in the middle of your strategic plan. This is a 5-year plan. And now we're in the middle of the plan, and you have only achieved 17%. In fact, implemented 17%, not achieved, all right? That worries me, that worries all of us in this room. But you are a national planning authority. How are we going to get the throughput from the NDP 3 that by the time we reach 2025, we have achieved all these 20 programs? Dr. Winnie. Could please have a mic on this table?
Thank you very much, my president, Daniel, and I'm glad to be here, stepping in the shoes of my ED, Dr. Mvola. But indeed, the 17% is the performance. but we also have a performance which is under implementation but not yet on course. But one of the things we have done that's going to help us get back right on track, the first thing we did was reprioritization. We did a reprioritization of the plan. So I know those of you who may be familiar with what we call the Program Implementation Action Plans, the PIAPs. So of those, we have done what we call a reprioritization, but also focusing on the development results, because it's a budget for what? Budget for outcomes or development results. And as a result, the budget for this financial that has just begun, 2023, 2024, one, we have revised the growth targets. But two, also gone into the work plans, what we call the action plans, and actually reprioritized. Because like my ED already said, that actually the amount of money that is available for use is only 1 trillion. Okay? Because URA generates about 26T, of which 68% goes to paying for our debt and the public administration and all that. So the other 26 is going to be borrowed. Okay, but so when we do the numbers, we have only 1 trillion actually left for use as a country. So what we have done is doing what we call reprioritization. We also followed out of the 69 core projects of the NDP3, only 7 were on course. So what we have to do is restructure these projects, okay, and have them fast track, but also again reprioritize of the 69. For example, we're not going to do the SGR in the remaining 2 years, and then put in reasonable milestone. They talked about strategic planning. We put in the SGR, but we know it has small. Before we do get this, the real SGR, certain milestones must come in place or in play to have that. And our growth is usually pegged on productivity and of this core project. So we've had to restructure some of the projects, which is actually structuring date. But also, we have also done what we call a reprioritization of the results. What results do we want to hit? That speak, of course, to the goal of the plan, which is increasing household incomes, but at the same time improving the welfare. And one of the things we're saying, we need to renew the social contract to provide social services, better social services, because when you look at objective 3, we really had, I think, almost 3% performance on that particular objective. So when you hear the PSST saying repurposing the budget, is actually the reprioritization of the budget, but also focusing on results.
Great.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Winnie. So hearing you say what you've just said, I tend to think that the NDP3, generally maybe NDP, the series that we've been running, there's been a lack of prioritization. In planning, there's always the tendency to influence, the planning process by wanting to have everything inside the plan. And that always makes many strategic plans fail. So when you go into prioritization, you must address your goal first. What's our key goal? So if you address your goal, then it helps you to prioritize, because then you put money where it is important, where it has been prioritized. So I think it is good news that you have now reprioritized, because if this was done earlier, perhaps we'll be seeing a different performance figures at this point. So reprioritization is very, very key. But I want to talk about the issue of more of a technical aspect on the KPIs. Because how did you now realize that you've only implemented 17% of this plan? So you have some yardstick, you have performance indicators. Now, having looked at this document earlier, there are over 2,000 KPIs. Now, 2,000 is a figure that would scare anyone in this room to have as KPIs. I always talk about a dashboard of a car. So as your driver, you can see certain key things about your car that it can run efficiently, but you cannot see everything about the car. Then it loses meaning. So what was the motivation behind you coming up with over 2,000 KPIs for the NDP3?
And thank you again. It's a very good question, and actually it comes out in the midterm review, and the answer actually lies in wanting to do everything, and not reprioritizing, because our earlier thinking when we were developing the NDP3 is that you look at the entire government. Okay, originally we had 18 sectors. Yes, in as much as we are saying agro-industrialization should lead, yes, you're going to have export promotion, but actually we ended up prioritizing everything within the 20 programs. And then when we do that, because every action under the PIAPs, every action has an output, and an output there could be very many indicators. And indeed, one of the things that actually we've done in the reprioritization actually is to actually reprioritize both the output but also the results. Okay, the KPIs. And we've burnt our fingers also into wanting to do everything as a government, but the midterm review has been very clear, and we have actually done that reprioritization of the results. What results do we want to prioritize? One of the things that we have done that's going to be very key in the remaining 2 years, because it's about increasing household incomes and the welfare, the livelihood. So, for example, we have prioritized, when you look at the reprioritization, we have prioritized, there are 3 things that we have prioritized. One is security. Every time you talk about security, people become unconscious, not happy, and will comment. But the thing is, when we had a discussion with HE and Cabinet, and we had an interface on that, the first thing he told my ED, I think you people at NPA are ideologically confused. And I think you're letting us down on that. So we try to understand what he means by that. He says, he asked us a very simple question. Imagine when your day starts, what comes up in your mind? That I'm going to go in office, right? And you're sure you're going to go to office and do all that, what you have to do, and then you're sure you're going to go back home and go on and go on. What would the situation look like if we had no security? He didn't want to use the word insecurity. He used the word no security. When you look at the macro model that we use for forecasting growth, it is based on productivity. The input, output, and then product. But we weigh, we provide weights. And indeed, when you look at the macro model, we give a weight to security, but not a very big weight. Said, you see, if you gave it the right weight, and I'm not dictating the weight, but you gave it the right weight, you do a very good analysis, the growth will go down. But you're pegging your growth on agriculture, industry, okay, and manufacturing. So one of the things I think we've had to do as a country is reprioritize the KPIs, and it's been very, very clear. Let's prioritize security and their KPIs. Of course, notwithstanding that the security also has a lot of classified budget lines that you may not be able to account for in terms of giving that weight. But we also prioritized value addition. Let's do a lot of value addition. But also important, that's going to touch the livelihood, is going to be the parish development model. The beauty about the parish development model, and why it is different from all the other things that we have done, other than not doing the baseline, is that for the first time, this money is going to comes from Ministry of Finance straight to the parish account. So there will be no bureaucracy. What we have to do is make sure we do our good work as technocrats. Do the right, valuation of the right circles, the beneficiaries, and all that. But importantly, let's do a follow-up. My minister doesn't like to call it monitoring and evaluation. Says follow-up. Let us do the follow-up. So in terms of the KPIs that are very clear, we have provided a list of over eight drivers that are going to be prioritized for the next 2 years, and the rest of government is going to get what we call functionality fees, the electricity, the salaries, and all that. and then focus on the things, the 8 things: security, agro-industrialization, but looking at value addition, science, salaries of the security personnel, but importantly, the parish development model is going to take a bigger share of that to make sure that we have the transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Winnie. So I'll come to you, Vicky. Now, from the private sector perspective, and hearing the goal of the NPA summarized precisely as, increasing incomes and improving the livelihood of Ugandans. So given this background, and you as an extender of credit to both the private and, I am told, even the public sector, what do you make of your products? How can we piggy bank on your products of Standard Chartered Bank that can influence the improvement of livelihoods and increasing incomes for Ugandans? Vicky.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon. A very good afternoon to you all.
Good.
Rather, it's still morning.
Still morning. Yeah, thank you. It's all right.
The sun is too bright out there. You could think it's already 1. Okay, like Daniel mentioned, I'm Vicky Nachide from Standard Chartered Bank. And we are glad to be here. Thank you for inviting us to really participate in this symposium. The amount of knowledge so far that we have picked as an institution, especially during this time when we are going through, the corporate planning, it's really great, and we've really benefited, and will continue to benefit as an institution. And thank you for your question. But before I go into it, allow me give a brief background about Standard Chartered. I know most of us know about Standard Chartered, but just let me break it down about the things that we do, who we are. Standard Chartered Bank is a profit-making organization that has been in existence for a long time. In Uganda specifically, we are the oldest international bank, being in this country for 111 years. Yeah, 111, eh? It's a long time, isn't it?
When you're clapping, clap louder.
Yes, so as a group, Standard Chartered Bank is headquartered in UK, and we have presence in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. So where I'm giving this background is to just give you, the assurance that Standard Chartered Bank since then up to today has been, crafting, solutions to improve the livelihood of Ugandans, to really walk the journey with Ugandans, build wealth, grow wealth, as well as protect that wealth. And from where we're coming from as Standard Chartered Bank and how we fit into this whole multi-sectoral, approach that we've all talked about and we're all looking forward to. I believe the bank is really strategically aligned, to the financial inclusion agenda of this country. And that's what we have done. Daniel talked about the, our digital journey. And I just wanted to also emphasize the fact that as a bank, we've gone the digital way. The strategy that we have in place as a bank is a digital strategy. And I just want to reaffirm the fact that strategy is, rather digital is the way to go, considering the evolution, the needs, of the people that we have on ground. And it has also helped us really extend our reach, be able to reach down to every Ugandan through our digital journey. And I think for some of you that witnessed the COVID times, Standard Chartered Bank continued to run its operations then because of that, for foresight, and be able to run even in the midst of COVID because of our digital capabilities. So the bank is still investing in digital capabilities, and also to align to the country's 2040 vision around around growing that gross national, savings from like 14.5% to about 35% by 2040. That is a big and huge ambition. And this will have to do through creating diverse, savings opportunities. And I believe this is where Standard Chartered Bank comes in, to see how we can align to this particular agenda. And who knows, within the foreseeable future, we'll be able to defend that proverbial middle income, status. Yeah, but this takes a lot of effort with us working together collaboratively as, partners. We won't do it alone as Standard Chartered Bank. We will need all of you, the support of all of us. But allow me go back to how Standard Chartered Bank will come in to really improve the livelihood of Ugandans, and how we'll be able to build, that, savings culture. And I think as we're having the tea break, the screens we are running with our SC Shilingi Fund. It's the new kid on the block. It has gotten quite a bit of excitement. And this excitement has come about because this particular proposition is targeting not only the affluent, customers that Standard Chartered Bank has believed to be for a long time. I'm here to reaffirm that Standard Chartered Bank, in driving the financial inclusion agenda, is also capturing, the wananchi and everyone on the ground, because this particular product, we are able to invest and start with small ticket savings as low as 20,000 Uganda shillings. And this journey is entirely digital, whereby I know we have a limited physical branch network, but with our digital capabilities, you are able to, to invest, you are able to do that deposit, to withdraw, to redeem, to top up this investment digitally on your phone. So we have also a number of products, but even opening up as a new customer, as an existing customer, to a whole possibility of financial, products and other things that we have at the bank. It only starts with opening up an account that is also digital, by the way, that you don't even have to come to the bank, but we will find you. You open this account digitally, and we even deliver that card to your place of convenience. So we've broken it down to that kind of convenience to be able to reach out to as many Ugandans as possible.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Vicky, for this, because you have helped to demystify Standard Chartered Bank, which was the question I would ask you. But because, people know Standard Chartered Bank as a bank for very big people, all right? But now you've said this product that you have, and many others, is for an everyday person. Anyone can reach you and get these products. And I also like your strategy of the digital strategy. So you decided to go digital and then removed all your branch networks. It's a very limited presence of the brick and mortar, because it would be one thing saying we want to be digital, and then we see your branch network all over the country. So now you're forcing all your subscribers to actually go digital. So that's something to learn from. You cannot run two strategies at the same time. There must only be one. And that's the kind of thing that I really would like to see the NPA do in terms of implementing our national plans. Have programs that are flagship, that are instrumental, that will cause change, and everyone will follow, okay? But on the aspect of a multi-sector approach, I want to applaud you, Standard Chartered, for extending credit to see that we improve livelihood of the people, but also incomes, are improved. So you need to do a lot more about marketing so that everyone knows you, even the wananchi there can know about these products. And in that way, you would be indirectly supporting the growth and development in this country, which the NPA is prioritizing in a systematic way using the National Development Plan. So thank you for that. I'll come back to each one of you later. Now let me go to you, Gavin. So you are from a very extensive background as everyone else there on that panel. But in terms of you here from a private, very, very more private perspective, and an expert in strategy management, where do you see this kind of performance, the 17%? Does that ring a bell to you? Does that raise a red flag to you? A whole national plan in a midterm, and you're only performing at 17%. So what do you make of this kind of performance? Is the NPA really on track? What must be done? So what's your perspective on this kind of performance?
All right. Thank you, Daniel, and good morning once again, everyone. Governor Naba, I am a board member for IASP. I also run a company called Eland House Management Group, where our primary work is to help businesses or organizations, large or small, profit, non-profit, not-for-profit, meet their goals and objectives. So to answer Daniel's question, in the 4 years that I've been out in the field, so to speak, and working with quite a number of private, small companies, the challenges are really the same in the sense that they want to do everything in a strategic plan, so they throw the whole kitchen sink, what have you, into the plan. Objectives are all over the place, no KPIs, or very few KPIs. My experience to get to the 17%, I did do some work for an organization. I think they were called UNABSEC in, where are they? Lugogo area. Now, their challenge was that, number one, the director talked about having a framework. They didn't really have a planning framework. However, they did have good ideas, good objectives, and the like. But not having a framework, you can imagine they were just unfocused. They were all over the place. So my final recommendation to them was to adopt a balanced scorecard going forward. And they were also in the midterm review, and they started at the same time as the NDP3. So they asked me to come in and give an opinion. It's like a strategy audit opinion as to whether their strategic objectives as they existed would get them through the remaining 2 years of the strategic plan. Now, my dilemma in working with them is that I know they had done a lot of hard work. They had gotten a professor from Makerere University, a huge team. They had done a lot of work, but there was no alignment to any kind of strategy. So in giving my opinion, of course, I had to look at the objectives, the KPIs, and the what have you. So I had a choice to give them a rating of 24% performance, okay, or be kind and give them a little bit higher rating. What I decided to do was use the binary system, 1, 0. If the objective was there, you got a 1. If it wasn't, a 0. The same for the performance measures. So it would have been unfair for me to give them that 24% performance rating on the one hand, but then I would have been doing them a disservice by saying they're at 75 or 80%. So I had to find a middle ground. I introduced a half score. So in the final analysis, including the half score, they were at 50 or 60% performance. And the only reason they went from 24 to that higher number was that they had done a lot of work that was strategic, but you couldn't link it back to any strategic objective. So you tell me, do I give them a 24% and they say, look at this consultant, who does he think he is? He thinks he knows our business, and he comes in here and gives us a 24%. So they appreciated that, and I made the presentation, the audit presentation, the results of the audit presentation at an AGM. And one of the former board members of UNABSEC after I made the presentation. She said, you know, I like what that consultant did. He was not afraid to come in here and give people a 0 rating for their performance. And she did say, generally, more of that is required. In other words, don't do people favors. If you're not performing, you're not performing. But at the same time, help them be better performers. And I think the director talked of enforcement versus encouragement. So I fell on the encouragement side. Rather than just give them 0, you're a loser, a non-performer. And of course, I was walking away from the engagement after that. So what would have been my impression? What would I have been leaving them with? A negative perception of their own ability to perform, which would not have been right. So getting back to the 17%, yes, I had an example of a 24% performer, but they needed credit for having done work, and they still had 2.5 years left in the current plan. So they needed to have hope that they could at least get to 50%. The president of the organization, his one question was, how do we compare to the rest of the world when it comes to performance? That was his big deal. And I said, well, somewhat favorably, because worldwide it's 40% is the performance to strategy number for many, many reasons.
All right, so perhaps thank you, Gavin. So perhaps there's hope that the NDP 3 can still be achieved in the remaining 2 years or 2.5, okay? But coming back to you, Winnie, with that hope, but also with the backdrop that we have 20 programs. And when you look at the 20 programs, I hope you, the audience, have a copy of the NDP report itself. I think the team can share that on the chat. Now, the 20 programs run across different sectors of this government, of the economy. And hearing from the keynote speaker, the issues around the process of planning, but also knowing that there seem to be an issue of lack of coordination. Someone talked about alignment. I think Gavin has just talked about alignment even now. Now, if you have 20 programs being implemented across different sectors, but then different sectors don't seem to have the knowledge of the line of sight, what is it that we are chasing? The goal is very clear: improve the livelihoods and increase the incomes of Ugandans. Do the Ugandans, the Wananchi, even know that the NDP is there to improve their livelihoods when we have all this miscoordination? So to you, Winnie, how have you addressed the issue of the uncoordination of different government sectors in implementing the NDP and therefore resulting into achievement of the goal of the NDP 3?
Thank you very much, Daniel, for the question. Yes, actually, like my ED said, actually, when you look at the NDP 3, it has 18 programs. But then after the plan was approved, and we went to Parliament for the final presentation of the first certificate of budget compliance. The issue of arms of government came in. So Parliament says we are an independent arm of government, enshrined very well in the Constitution. So was the CJ. The CJ actually came to his office, so we are all summoned in his office. How do you do this? We are also as an arm of government. So then the politics kicks in terms of the mandates, in terms of the Constitution enshrining certain rights. But my ED was quite happy with the engagement. He said, well, when you look at the program approach, it's about the value chain. When you look at the value chain of under governance and security, for example, when a crime is committed, who's the first person you call? Okay, say a murder. You call the police, right? When you call the police, you also bring in the experts to come and do the laboratory and all that yes, and then the prosecutor and all that. So he took them through the value chain of governance and says, you see, the DPP comes in. But when you look at yourself, do you see yourselves as outside the system or in? The CJ appreciated it. But then he went back to the constitutional citing of the three arms of government, the legislature, the justice, and the executive. So he said, but you see, all the ministries are under executive. So he did ask that question, I remember. We are all under, we work for the president, even the CJ. So whereas we have this in the constitution, what do we want to achieve? The program approach is supposed to look for what we call common results. What are the common results under governance and security as a program before we go into the mandates? But of course, sometimes you understand what your political terrain looks like, and then you have the PFM saying the budget must be approved at a certain time, and the parliament says, without you giving us our program on our own, this budget will not pass, and then it has implications. So we had to step out of that, and then we created two more programs: Administration of Justice, which is a new program, but we also have Legislature and Oversight as a new program. But it also, again, brings in the issue of coordination, because when you look at that value chain, you see that Administration of Justice is pulled out of governance and security. The coordination, some of the things actually fall in governance and security, and the others are in the other program. So one of the things the NDP3 actually proposes were program secretariats. I think I've seen here Mr. Mwanji here. Yes, he's heading a whole program secretariat. DPI, which is Development Plan Implementation, and Private Sector Development. He's my program leader. So when my ED wants his budget appropriated, we go to the program. So Mr. Manje there will sit Minister of Finance, who chairs, NPA, on all. I think we're about 2020, Office of the Prime Minister, Office of the President, big wigs in that program. And you can imagine what Mr. Manje goes through every day, because everybody will come and say, I'm Office of the Presidency, and I am Office of the Prime Minister, and I am Minister of Finance, and I am National Planning Authority, and I am Bank of Uganda. He deals with that on a daily. But to improve the coordination, program secretariats were created. And at midterm, we also report that only 4 were functional. Only 4 were functional. 16 were not, were non-functional. And why were they not functional? We as NPA wrote this plan, and indeed, we did not do a good job when it came to change management. Me, I don't like to hide behind COVID. Okay, because it is always the easy, lame excuse that we give. We did not do a good job towards change management. We brought this plan, brought people together, and not necessarily everybody, by the way. And then here is the plan, and we say, go and implement. And then we're told, we need program implementation action plans. When we saw that the programs were not complying and we had a budget that has to be processed, we as NPA convened those meetings. First, these programs, everybody came to Entebbe. We had the PAPs ready. I said, this is what you're going to do in the next 5 years. This is the attendance results framework. Okay? So what we did not do and what we learned from this midterm review, and I agree with what Gavin says, you need change management. Don't just develop a strategy, a plan, and then throw it for someone to implement. You need to follow through. And coordination has been very clear, and the Office of the Prime Minister, I think, has been very much on the call because they are coordinators of government business. But we also know that coordination starts with the planning. When you did the plan, how did you coordinate this? We did not do a good job. We have learned, and that is when Eddie kept on calling out my name, that in NDP4, we have to do it better, and we're going to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there is still hope, and we hope that you do it much better this time. Mr. Anthony Mwanje, you're most welcome. Mr. Anthony Mwanje is Mr. Anthony Chintu Mwanje. I got that right. He's the coordinator of the Private Sector Development Program, which is at the Ministry of Finance. So he's really at the center of this linkage between the NDP, NPA, and the rest of the government sectors. That used to be formerly called the accountability sector. But players in this whole environment of seeing that we improve the livelihoods of Ugandans. And so I'll come back to you, Dr. Winnie, just for you to prepare in the more technical aspect, where you are mixing up programs, projects, and you're having KPIs for programs, projects, all lumped together. So there's need to, really prioritize these KPIs. So you have separate program measures, KPIs, and separate KPIs for the objectives. But that will come to you later. Just take note. So I'll go to you, Vicky, and still, sticking to the multi-sectoral approach of planning. Now, for you from the extender of credit, how can you, as Standard Chartered, support and influence the multi-sectoral approach of planning, given that the goal of the NDP is really to improve the livelihood of Ugandans and their incomes, and you are at the center of providing credit to change this whole picture around?
All right, thank you for that question, Daniel. Just to also highlight that as a bank, we serve both retail, that is your consumer, as well as corporate and commercial clients. So we extend credit to both the individual clients as well as the corporates, the commercial organizations. So we have structured solutions. And I think at this point also, let me thank the regulator, Bank of Uganda, is here. I think we've written quite a number of papers and requests over to the regulator because where Standard Chartered Bank is positioned really is to innovate. And I think it's a big aspect of what we do and who we are as a bank. And like I mentioned, both at the retail and the corporate sector, we extend credit, and I think we are well positioned in the multi-sector approach. We have structured solutions how we can, reach both the private as well as the public sectors, because we profile all these organizations and see how we can really extend this credit to everybody, not really sticking ourselves to just a few. So how this works is that for the individual clients, we will reach out to the individuals through the organizations they work for. So we'll look out for these organizations or these companies, and we establish a relationship with them. So we profile them in terms of the sectors that they are, whether manufacturing or development organizations, even government. So we work out a memorandum of understanding, and then we work together and see how to extend the credit to the employees of those companies. We have a very strong employee value proposition that will actually target those particular employees or individuals in organizations. And I think also from the corporate perspective, we also have the structured solutions that we give both the public and the private sectors through our corporate and institutional banking.
Right, thank you very much, Vicky, for that. So there's a lot of opportunity that Standard Chartered Bank provides, and I'm sure all the other institutions, credit or financial institutions, do provide. So let's take advantage of these, and even NPA as an arm of government, to see that we have credit that can spur growth, that will improve the livelihood and increase incomes of Ugandans. So going to you, Gavin, for this round of questions. You talked about change management. And we have had in this room, and as experts in strategy management or strategic planning, we know that it's really about the process. And still, sticking to the multi-sectoral approach. do you think, my question is, what should the NPA do to ensure that there is a multi-sectoral approach given to the planning for this country? Should they go and tell every Ugandan that we're now preparing NDP 4? Should they reach out to every institution and say we're now developing NDP 4? What should be the process to ensure that we bring everybody on board and that the process is cleaned up to have this inclusivity, and then the implementation is very smoother?
Thank you, Daniel. And you know, in strategy, culture eats strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yeah?
Correct.
So, and we at BOU have already, when I was at BOU, we already learned that if you do not include people from the very beginning, and we heard from the executive director to take the ground-up approach. So when you talk of multi-sectoral, I almost bit my tongue off trying to say that one, but I would tend to agree, and I think somewhere in the NDP documents I saw local government, you know. So I think beginning at that base level, you don't need to go to the farmer in the village, but if you could go at least to the local government level and include, get opinions, get their contribution, there will be transparency. Moses and I were talking about this earlier on. There's transparency in the process. People understand the process. They understand that the process is working for them and not against them. I remember at BOU, somebody did tell me, you strategy people, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to finish us, or what's the deal? So inclusion at the very beginning of the process, I think is critical. And change management is part of strategy. It is not an add-on. So it's probably the first thing you need to do before you begin implementing or formulating. What is your change management approach? What are the likely areas of resistance? There's always going to be resistance, but I think we already know them. So mitigate them from the very beginning. So start with change management as part of your overall strategic plan, and going to the lowest reasonable level of government. And I think that's the local governments. Okay.
Thank you very much. So go to the grassroots and use the established institutions such as the local governments, and that can take care of the local people, and that then moves straight to the top. Because remember, we talked about the planning process starting from the very, very lower ground, moving to the top. But the person at the top must bear the vision, all right? So that they can give a clear direction. So I'm going
Daniel, two things I'd like to add. There's probably also the challenge of silo mentality. Yeah, and we know the dangers of silo mentality. There isn't that cross coordination that we have talked about. So I think a whole lot of silo busting needs to happen. Number one, and then, as I said earlier, my favorite radio station, WIIFM, what's in it for me? You have to address the what's in it for me for everyone, person at the lowest level.
Thank you. Each one of us here would like to know what is in it for me. And it's not just for the NDP. Even you, at your level, every time you are doing something, you will ask yourself, what is in it for me? So I'd like to adjust the agenda a little bit and come to you, the audience. I know you're there and burning with a lot of questions, or you want to throw in your contribution to this discussion. We will have a larger time, a more larger space to, have your questions, but I want to come back to you and just to engage the audience. So in following our discussions and from the panelists, what are your thoughts on this NDP3 performance? 17%. What are your thoughts? 2 years down the road, it's 17%. We see that there is a lack of coordination in government, and yet it's very important to drive all these 20 or 18 or 20 programs which are in there. So anybody would like to go up? I see a hand down there. So Hilda, the mics, please. Hilda, we'll go to Innocent. We'll have from Innocent's table to Yvonne. At some of you, I know your names already. And then we have a lady at the back there. Okay, we'll go in that order. Hilda.
Okay, thank you, Daniel, and thank you, our panelists, for the insights you've given us, and also in absentia to the Executive Director of NPA. My name is Hilda Karamagi. I'm a marketing strategist, and I'm also on the board of IASP. I have a question for Dr. Winnie. This is with respect to some really great information, and thank you for being frank and honest about it, that have led to underperformance in NPA. And most importantly, thank you for not falling back on COVID and the pandemic. It's the global excuse for everything now. I was privileged to listen in on the discussions on during your midterm review presentation in May. I was also privileged to listen in on the discussions that were held with on how your NPA performance, on how the national performance aligned with the SDGs. Yeah, so that was another conference that was held recently. I'm listening to these discussions and I'm wondering, where is the voice of the private sector? So I'm hearing a lot of conversations from and a lot of submissions from the government agent MDAs. I'm hearing a lot of conversations from the international development partners, European Union, UNDP, and quite a number of partners as well. And we know that national or economic development is largely driven by your private sector members, and especially your SME sector. But I did not hear that voice at all. And I'm wondering, do you feel that this is reaching out to, engaging this? I'm sure they're engaged in the planning process. But what we, the public, see is the discussions that you put out in the public space. It would be great to hear their voice. Do you think that this is an area that you could possibly also look at emphasizing on? Because the private sector, we all know, it can inject a sense of urgency, and a very strong also a structure of accountability and innovative ways to achieve our performance goals. So that's a question for you. Before I leave, I'd also like to present a question that's online from a colleague from the ISP, and this is from again Charles Odoch, and his question to you is, he says, visualization of strategy is critical for strategy execution success. Is NPA considering setting up an automation system that will enable them drill down to the problem areas so as to ensure that corrective measures in implementation failure? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilda. Just for your information, the New Vision Group is in the house and they're capturing this, so we hope that you'll see a lot more in the papers. Innocent.
Thank you very much, Daniel and the panelists. I've listened in, and the main point that is cutting across seems to be change management. How did we manage the process? Because before the programs, we had the sectors. Before we moved into the PBS, which Anthony will talk about, we had the output budgeting tool, OBT. And these programs and the system were changed at a point when it seemed that the MDAs were peaking. They were beginning to understand and appreciate, and then boom, we have the programs. So my question to the panelists, did we do a thorough needs assessment to inform that change process before even managing the actual change process? Was it warranted at that time that we change? Doctor mentioned in the morning that for the next national development plan, he's maintaining the theme because it's still relevant. So at the point of change, did we assess the relevance? And then Dr. Winnie talked about the repurposing, 17% at midterm, I wanted also to hear about the actual budget utilization, because the outputs are 17%. How much of the allocated budget was utilized by that time? So when we repurpose, do we have available allocation to complete that? Now that is the strategy speaking to the actual budget allocation. And then finally, from me, I would like to know, this is midterm, from the experts, what are the 1, 2, 3 things you think we should do? Yeah, just the 3 low-hanging fruits that can change this trajectory around in the remaining few years of the development plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Innocent. I know you've gone into our next session of what needs to be done, but thank you for bringing that up. So, so I know the mic has moved. Okay, to Anthony. I had 2 ladies. I always fear offending ladies, but I also want to be a gentleman to the gentleman. So can we allow Anthony, given that Anthony has the more helicopter view of all these results that we're talking about? I mean, he sees these figures. Anthony.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Daniel, you'll excuse me, came in late because of the meeting that I had. Fortunately, it was cancelled, so I had to quickly come over here. I'll talk about the 17%. I think we need to talk to substantiate the 17%. People may be worried that we're actually doing badly, but I think, in my view, we are not doing badly. For us to say that we performed at 17% is not really very right. Why am I saying it's not very right? Is because 56% of the indicators of the measures that we use to know whether we are performing or not, we did not have data to measure 56% of the indicators. Now, if we had that data, it's possible that 40% of those indicators would have come out as achieved. It can be any figure. It can even be that all the 56, if we had measured them rightly, it's possible that it would have come out to be achieved. And it's not possible that all the 56% would come out as not achieved. So if we had information and if we measured all the indicators, we would have got a different figure. So when we are talking about 17% members, let us not be so worried. Where we should be worried is, why is it that we have not measured the 56%? We did measure the 56% because there were issues. The midterm review was looking at what has already been measured. We have issues, for example, when you look at the statistical calendar by UBOS and the calendar of measurement, of measuring the performance of the NDP, there is a mismatch, which we are working on. So the midterm review comes at a stage when you find that UBOS has not measured quite a number of outcomes which would inform the performance of the NDP3. So yes, 17%, but we should be cautious in communicating the 17% because we may send a wrong signal. Chair, you said I am coordinating the development plan implementation program. We are not just seated. We are doing something because we are like, okay, if we find that 56% of the indicators were not measured, what is the problem? Like Doctor said, there has been an initial review of all those indicators to find out which of these indicators are probably not relevant. Talking about processes, I think there was, at some point, there was a flaw in the determination of the indicators and the targets. And then you find yourself with over 4,500 indicators, which we cannot all measure, because measuring your performance, you require resources, human and financial. And probably we should have maybe about 2,000 or less indicators which fit within our budget. We should harmonize the statistical calendar with the implementation calendar for NDP so that any time we are doing a measurement, we have all indicators measured. The other thing that we are right now doing as a development plan implementation program is really to make sure that we have a thorough overhaul of the NDP3 results and reporting framework to make sure that we end up with indicators that are measurable, indicators with proper targets, clearly defined. We don't want any ambiguity in the definition of indicators. We have an M&E, a web-based M&E system for NDP3, which was launched, I think, 1.5, 2 years ago. The DPI program, working, of course, with NPA and Office of the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, we are on, we have an intervention right now to make sure that it is fully operationalized. And I can tell you, by the time we end this NDP3, you'll be shocked at the performance. For now, I want to stop there.
Okay, so we look forward to that shock, to see a difference, given that we have over half of the indicators with no data. So let me now go to the, thank you, Anthony. We go to the ladies. So Yvonne, I'll go to you at the back, and then we'll come right in the center. Yvonne?
Thank you, Daniel, and everybody, and the panel especially. So it's very interesting that Anthony talked about the same issue that I had wanted to talk about. This issue of indicators and how they are measured, because I feel like, you know, most times when these plans are being developed, I feel like when you get to that time, it's like a very grueling process. You really have to sit, you really have to comprehend so many things. So you find that you have many indicators that you cannot measure, that you cannot adequately report on. And this is not just at the national level. So it affects, for example, like Anthony, it affects our program, because our program performance, you recall when we were at PSD, we also had so many indicators that we could not measure. Then you also now come to now institutional level, same issue about having indicators that you cannot measure, which affects your performance. Ideally, you're working, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, but you are failing to adequately measure it and report on it. Yeah, so I feel like this is what has brought about the 17%. And that means we are going to have to put in a lot more effort when it comes to that indicator measuring, formulation, target setting. We all know that we always fall into that trap of over-enthusiasm when you're planning. You look at targets after you set them, maybe 2 years into the plan, and you're like, what were we thinking? And we all know that we fall into that trap. So that process of planning, and the reason why we have these things like the MTR is now they're able to tell us that this is where the issue is. And for me, like Anthony has said, the 17% really, even you, when you look at some of those indicators, you know that we can refine them and we can be able to report better. And of course, it also goes back to the institutions putting resources towards these things, M&E and mainstreaming it, putting a budget. Because if you don't put in money to collect that data, you're not going to get it, and you're not going to report at the end of the year. So that puts us in a position where, as even as the association, when we start to do engagements with all our members, and we all have to go back to our institutions and work towards really that, as you know, change management around this process of monitoring and setting in place the correct frameworks that can help us to measure our performance better. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Yvonne. Yvonne is the manager strategy at MSC. So there's always a grueling process in developing KPIs, okay? But you should always stick to the KPIs that drive your performance. We always say, you know, performance measures are there to cause a change in behavior. So your performance KPI development is key. So I'll go to the back, the lady at the back. So your name and institution, would love to know that.
Thank you
Please,
very much.
thank you.
I'm Valentine Namakula. I'm a consultant on strategy. I work with Center for Justice Studies and Innovations, and we do quite a lot of work in JLOS and governance and security sectors. Today I'll speak not particularly for the sector, for those particular sectors or the NDP, but generally looking at strategy and the strategy planning culture in particularly Uganda. And the question I have is around matching always our ambition with the capacity to implement the plan. I think Dr. Winnie talked about the mandate and the many priorities, that many things that get into the national development strategy or any strategy of an institution. And usually what happens is because either the tough decisions that are necessary at that particular time are not taken, you end up with an extremely ambitious document that may have difficulties in implementation in terms of resources, in terms of the capacity of human resources, in terms of the data that is available to actually measure what you have planned to implement. So the question is, how do we make these strategies realistic, taking into account where we are in terms of implementation capacity, the human resource, the budgetary resources, the data, the culture that puts strategies on the shelves and implements kind of the day-to-day priorities, operational priorities. So I think that is extremely key, such that we don't reinforce the culture when we are at 17%, even if we got to 40% at the end of the year, many people will still think strategy is a document you put out there and then you do other things day to day. So how do we ensure that NDP4, we are realistic in terms of resources, in terms of the processes that it will take to move the capacity of the implementers from where they are, not only to understand the planning process, but to be able to implement from the ground to the top, even in terms of who is included. If you're talking about multi-sectoral, we are taking private sector, we are talking civil society, we are talking government. What will it take to bring all those people to implement, such that when we are setting our priorities, we are setting our targets, we are looking at what is actually achievable. We make this document really strong, realistic, and achievable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Valentine, they are talking about being smart, okay? So this is very important because we might have too much, in terms of what we want to bite, and yet we do not have the capacity. So being smart is very important. So I'll have only 2 more questions or comments, and then we'll go back to the panelists for this round. So I'll start with, I'm sorry, there was a lady there in the middle, the technology expert, and then we'll come to you from Bank of Uganda. So I'm sorry about that, but let's start with the lady there whose hand was already before, and then we'll come to you. And then we'll close that and go back to the panelists to respond to these questions and then come back to you again. Please.
Thank you, Tim. My name is Lucia from Oribags Factories. I want to know from Madam Winnie, who are those, like the private sector, we are kind of left out, yet we employ, I sit on the board of the former board of Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association Limited. So sometimes we also have done research. We have a pool of women in several sectors. Sometimes we are left out. You go design all these figures. Even when you bring this book, sometimes we can't interpret it. You go there, the English is too much, but I'm very sorry. And then when we talk about import substitution, I would also want to know if we do not have intentional protectionism policies embedded in some of these documents we are talking about. We come, we discuss, but our borders, when we talk about the other stakeholders, because we are talking about multi-sectoral, collaborative, and inclusive planning, but the borders are porous. What we are producing again is now facing competition from our counterparts, even from our nearby EAC member states, leave alone the competition from Asian products. Because we have also had a challenge. You come here, yes, we present these things, but most of the technologies we are using are from Asia. I have been on the board. Most of our women in business, even male counterparts, with the factories, with the technologies and machinery from Europe and US, have totally closed because of the cost of production is very high. Sometimes we are guided by these figures you talk about, but when it comes to the real forces of demand and supply, we can't measure up. And then when you talk about the because Dr. Muvawara was talking about export promotion, technology transfers, value addition. When we go to these other countries, you see the public-private sector partnership sector is to another level. When you go, for example, I will use Malaysia. A student in in all the universities of Malaysia, by the time he or she does research, for example, if it is in business, any dissertation is solving an economic challenge. So that's why you see they do not have so many pools of youth who are unemployed, because by the time you do a research, you are in partnership with an academic institution, with the private sector, supported by the private sector. But here, when you look at the English is good, the policies are good, but when we come to the real basics on the ground, for us who are in mass market, in mass production, the things are not meeting up. So we would also want to know who are those people who normally plan for this country, but when it comes to implementation, because we are not part of it, that's why some of these things are not.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucia. So we are not part of it and we want to be part of it, okay, to promote the multi-sectoral approach. Okay, now I come to you, Kevin, your question, and then we'll go back to the panelists and we'll see how to come back to you if time allows. Kevin.
Okay, my question is directed to StanChart. We've seen a problem about indicators given 56% are missing for the team here, but then we've also noticed that public institutions, it's a thing where either it's expensive to get data, but in our own personal experience for the profit-driven institutions we've seen, data is always available. So I was trying to find out the tricks that are used by private to find, because I know that 56% data is not an excuse for StanChart. When you present, they wouldn't accept that report. I believe that's not something they can actually do. So I was thinking about how they are actually deal with such problems.
Okay, so thank you. So it's a learning process. So from the private sector, now Standard Chartered, how is it done on your side that, we have 56% of indicators without data? That's really worrying, okay? For any planner, that's really worrying. And if you go to the boardroom and say, okay, we have 56% of our KPIs without data. If I'm in that boardroom, I'll send you out. I'm sorry, but I'll send you out, okay? So coming back to the panelists, we have a number of questions. They all seem to be, targeting Winnie here, but I leave your colleagues on that table to help you out. But let's go to you straight with all these number of questions really around you. One that really intrigued me, I know some were comments, but the issue of matching priorities with capacity to implement, okay? What's your take on this as NPA?
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the questions, very, very good and insightful questions. But before I go to the priorities, let me start with what Kevin said, and to respond to what Mr. Mwanje talked about the 56%. One of the reasons why we don't have this data, whereas UBOS did not collect this data, is because we have not digitalized our data collection. So going paperless but digital, collection of data should be the way. And I know in as much as the census has been postponed, but the first time our census, if it were to happen in August, they were going to do it digitally. And the plan was that these gadgets again will remain at the local government for easy transmission of data from the parish level. So yes, I agree. We don't have the 56% one. The data wasn't collected, and why it wasn't collected is because we still went paperless. We still use paper or humans to collect this particular information. You know, household and all that. So addressing it is really digital transformation. But in terms of the priorities that are going to inform the remaining course of the plan, the key ones, security is one of them. The PDM is one of them. Operation and maintenance of the roads is another priority, because we need to also maintain the existing stock of infrastructure. Agro-industrialization is a priority. Then regional integration. Leveraging the ESC, for example. Before we even think about exporting, say, our maize or our coffee to the UK, to Europe and all that, let's first address the demand within the region. And the beauty about the demand in the region is that in terms of the standards that are required, most of the standards we can meet. Before we go to meet, I'm not saying we should be supplying maize with aflatoxins, no, but I'm saying most of the needs in terms of the standards within the region, we can. And we can leverage being a food basket, for example, for this particular. So we are leveraging regional integration. Yes, I like what Valentin talked about, the capacity for strategic planning. We look at the culture, the data, the human, the financial. We face this every day. As you have this planning kicking and has to be implemented, then you have directives. Okay? Directives, and they could be presidential directives, okay, on blue paper, or cabinet directives. Remember, those we are not part of what? Of the planning. So what does that mean? When you get a directive, it means you go back and reprioritize a reprioritized budget or a reprioritized plan. And that means you have to cut, okay, certain priorities and reprioritize other priorities.
I can see it's even difficult to say.
It is even difficult, yes. So it always rings the bell, because indeed, when you look at the NDP3, we did risk management as last minute. It is actually a section on its own. And one of the lessons we learned when we went to study this particular course on risk management, it should have been integrated across the plan. Not a one. We had about a team of about 20. Please write for us the risk management section in the plan. But we're learning, and me, I'm not afraid to say these things, because it is from such networks that you're able to learn and be actually better person. And I like the fact that we're saying it's knowledge sharing, but also a community of practice, and then we share. So the directives really distort the priorities, and of course, albeit the supplementaries that also come in. Okay, it's a planning issue that you have to deal with on a daily, and then you always have to go back and rework the plan and rework the budget. Every time that time comes of the budget, by the time we have this budget passed, I always accompany my EDs who are going to Parliament to have this budget passed. You have about over 10 sessions where you're always sent back to rework priorities of repriorities. So it is one of the risk factors that actually usually I think threatens our strategic planning as a country. But on this English that Lucia talks about, the president, we've been victims. The president always says, "But you write a lot of English," and he's right. Can we go and have this plan to be a people's plan? It's not a plan to be put on the shelves. But I also want to challenge us here. And I'm glad Mr. Manje is here. When we have private sector, when we say private, what do we mean by private sector?
when we have these engagements and we talk about private sector, who comes in our mind? Private sector foundation. Do they even own any farms? Very likely, no. Okay? You think about Chamber of Commerce, you think about, there's this Casita, we always invite Casita, and then we always invite, like, the point is you invite the organized ones already, who are actually a small section of the bigger private sector. So the question that we always grapple with is, how do we reach out to the private sector, up to that person? And one of the things that we think that is going to be very much of help is PDM. These organized circles, a group of 20, they have agreed on a priority, commodity or priority enterprises are going to undertake, and then you're able to engage them. But we also have to be deliberate in doing a follow-up. Our process is, I think, biggest challenge as a country, we think giving the money is the issue. No. But actually, the process itself, you're as good as your process. Have you prepared these circles? Have you trained them? Do they know? When you go to PDM, when we did a preliminary, the first thing they told us, but the president says this is our money for us to use and eat. We don't have to refund it. Now, and then you're telling them that, look, it is your money, that is true. But it is money you're supposed to invest in an enterprise, grow the enterprise, and be able to grow the enterprise. It is not money for eating, which is also, again, a mindset change thing that we need to also to address. So in terms of the private sector, I think our very first shot is PDM to reach to that private person doing an enterprise, moving away from the already ones that are organized, and these are a few. On research and development that comes from that Lucia talked about, one of the things that development partners have actually raised is that the uptake of evidence for decision making. We always do it, but not a lot of it is used. And I think this is a culture we need to grow, I think, as a country. We move away from, say, just perceptions I have had, but what does the research tell us? And also, what is this research which problems is it supposed to solve? And one of the issues I think that has been raised in the Development Partner Forum, in the SDG Forum, is that development partners support research. And for them, it's just a launch, and that is an output. But do we follow up to see how we are going to implement many of these recommendations that come from this research for uptake? And that is something we've got to appreciate. There was something on the process indicators. The process indicators, it is an issue of measurement. Indicators are very many, and we plead guilty and as a learning process, because at the time, when you're doing the plan, you have these 20 programs. That is the entire government. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the entire government, the ministries, the departments, the agencies, the local government. That is the results framework that you have. Now, one of the things that we have found out as we're doing the midterm review, certain indicators can go to their organizational or institutional plans. They don't have to be in the NDP. Okay, and it is something we found out, and while we're doing this, and one of the exercises I think that's been commissioned, I think Mr. Mwanje, is continue to have that engagement. But the biggest challenge, and let me share where the challenge is. The results framework is also a tool for budgeting. So everybody will say, I have this particular result. If my result doesn't appear here, because I'm not going to get a budget. So you are always in a fight. For example, I'll give you an example. Miaka. What is the output of Miaka? Ministry of East Africa and Community Affairs. What is their result? What is that they do in a day? In terms of what they do, majority of it is meetings, isn't it? So when their engagements, isn't it? Regional integration. And now you have to sit through and say, well, yours is a process indicator. Whereas looking at it as a process indicator, it is For them, it is the ultimate. So these engagements are going to be continue because not every process indicator should get out. But things like a meeting held, those should really, a week should come out. But we should be interested in the result. And then, last on what Hilda said, where is the voice of the private sector? I have partly addressed this, that the PDM is going to be, I think, our first shot. Otherwise, it's very difficult. We always call on to the same organized groups, and yet their catchment is very small. On the visualization of the strategy, Mr. Manyi talked about the M&E. We have what we call the NDP M&E web-based system that is linked to the PBS. That's the program-based system, program budget system, and the integrated financial management system to be able to link the resources of the budget to the results. And then a needs assessment for the program approach. Yes, I think Innocent asked this. How did we transition from the sector to the program? The NDP2, if you read it, it is about the program approach. Only that it talks about, it calls it a quasi, okay? A quasi market strategy. But it says, and when you look at the PBS started just actually way in the NDP2. Now, what we simply did is that, no, we can't have a program and then still work in silos. But what we are guilty is that we can't have 20 programs. And the midterm review is very, very clear. We need to cut on the number of programs. And this is an agreement that I think we've had. Yeah. We need to have fewer programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winnie. And thank you. Indeed, you need to cut this down, review. Don't just cut, have a scientific way of cutting that. So there's a very clear methodology for prioritizing programs. Follow that to ensure that, it's achievable and smart, as Valentin said. So in terms of the private sector, I hope that the vehicle for, bridging this, the parish development model that you keep referring to, I hope it's implemented really in the best way possible to achieve the results. Otherwise, it will remain another white elephant in the room. So now going to you, Vicky, from Standard Chartered. I mean, the question of 56% of KPIs not measured. There was no data from the private sector, from Standard Chartered, being a very highly placed bank internationally. Is it okay for you to go to the boardroom and say, look, members, the directors, we have 56% of our KPIs without data? How do you do it? How do you get it right at Standard Chartered?
Yeah, and thank you, Kevin, for that question. The whole discussion around really KPIs, measuring key performance indicators, that's where it all starts. And you have to be, as an organization, the one thing I've realized and established with Standard Chartered is that it's intentional. It is deliberate, and strategy is really key and critical in the whole process, because you have to get everything right from the beginning. But even when you don't get everything right from the beginning, you still have time to review, evaluate. The organization is run or managed on a balanced scorecard. So availability of data is extremely important. We've not got it right from the word go. It has been a journey. It has been a journey that has involved quite a bit of change. For those that know Standard Chartered, we have a value in there called never settle. And that value for Standard Chartered, it has taken us through a whole lot of change. And all this change is just run towards driving efficiencies. And like I mentioned, for us running on key performance indicators and a balanced scorecard, the data has to be available. And the bank took a deliberate action to invest digitally. The digital capabilities have to be on point. They have invested in technology, in systems. The core banking platforms have to be right for you to be able to drive that sort of efficiency and performance. Because Standard Chartered is a results-driven organization, and data availability, the capacity has to be right. But even where we don't have that capability or the capacity to have some of the measures or some of the technology in place, we've embraced or recognized the need for partnerships. And an example is this product we've just launched, the SC Shilingi. We have partnered with a company called Bamboo. They have provided, the front end and the back end digital capability, because Standard Chartered Bank couldn't, run the entire proposition on its own. So that's why partnerships also come in handy and key. So that's what we have really done. And I think from where BOU is, they have deadlines for which, when you don't meet that deadlines, the penalties, yeah, they are quite something else. Yeah. So, and board or our CEO, those who have met him, our own Sanjay Rugani, he would take a zero tolerance for some of these things. So the bank has really invested. But even where it has not, we've partnered with the best that we can also run along with.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point that you make. So the word is the voice at the top, okay? They do not tolerate any business of saying we have this, not done, not measured, no data, and all that kind of thing. So NPA, to whom do you present these reports? What's their take on these reports when you give them? Because if they give you a strong tone, I'm sure you'll work round the clock, backwards, to make sure that you have these indicators with data and we're measuring the right things. So to you, Gavin, now, we've heard that there's a mismatch, okay, or there was, but there is still a mismatch in the collection of performance data. UBOS has a different timeline, and NPA has a different timeline. Perhaps, as Mr. Manje said, the results could have been different from the 17%. So from a technical aspect, you as a guru in this area, how should the performance data measurement be done in terms of timelines? Who owns the timeline anyway? Because now it is UBOS, it is NPA, and we know NPA, there is a total confusion. So what's your advice on this?
Advice on data collection. Well, we've talked about it as part of this discussion. There needs to be that coordination. There's no one place you're going to get all the data. So depending on UBOS to provide all the data for NDB3, NDP, or national planning, I don't think is realistic. So,
yeah. So UBOS is collecting data, but NPA is collecting data as well. So who is reporting? NPA is depending on UBOS to collect the data. But who is reporting, and whose report do we reflect?
UBOS collects survey data, but a lot of the data within the results framework is administrative data that is also supposed to come from the ministries, departments, and agencies. And they will tell you that for the MTR, we were in COVID for 2 years. We were unable to
collect.
One, we did not implement. Two, we couldn't collect this information. Okay. Yes. So okay. I can't really put it on UBOS. Whereas UBOS, we've also had a discussion with UBOS to collect data within the planning horizon, because it's data for what? Data for planning. Okay. Yes.
Sorry to cut you, Gavin, but the question is, how do we streamline data collection on our KPIs?
Well, as I mentioned, you break silos. You can have some method of coordinating collection of data. We have EPRC at Makerere University that is also a source of good data. UNDP relies on them for data as well. So, and partnering and relationships was mentioned as a possibility or probability. So, with all of that, if it is intentional, that we already know that data is a challenge, the source of data, the validity of the data, the availability, the quality of the data, and if you know this ahead of time, you can create partnerships across institutions that do collect and use data. So that, to me, there is an opportunity to get the data bit right. Because I'm sure if you work with EPRC, they would review some of those indicators and tell you, no, not that one. How about this one? Yes. So I think it's key to create those partnerships across multiple areas, multi-sectoral as we're talking about, and have a validation process of the data. I think we at BOU learned, we were talking about, is the data available? Is it easy to get? What's the cost of getting the data? Is it the relevant data? I don't know if any of that was applied to the 3,386 data points in the plan.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Good point.
Because you might have come down with relevant ones, not everything. Strategy is as much about what to do and what not to do. So I don't know if the what not to do was applied along the way.
Great. So prioritization, what not to do, what to do, what not to do. So I'd like to come back to the audience, and before we go to the last round, really, I'll be going back to the panelists to ask them, having heard all this that we have had, the comments, the questions, and all the dissection of the NDP performance, what needs to be done? So that's what I will be posing to you, the panelists, what needs to be done so that we can see success. But to you now, I'll come back. But I would like to give the opportunity to those online. Okay, so the people managing the chat room, are there any burning questions online to our friends from within and outside Uganda? Do they have any burning questions that we need to address before we give the microphone to the rest of us here on site? All right, you have any, Hilda? Mic to Hilda, please.
Anyway, so this is in response to, we need from Charles. Remember he asked the question that you responded to. Charles Odoj Langoy, and he says, we need PDM will not move us far. We need to focus on the UDC model to fast-track development through large-scale industries. He says it is projected, for example, that northern Uganda will require an annual real GDP growth of 22% if it is to catch up with the rest of the country in the next 25 years.
Okay, so that's
just a comment to you from Charles.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I saw a hand from Anthony. Then I'll come to you, MSc. So Anthony, who is managing the mics? Please help. So please make your question very brief because we are now moving very close to our
At the Development Plan Implementation Program, we already have an initiative where NPA, Office of the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Finance, and the Uganda Bureau of Statistics are working together to, as I said, to do a cleanup of the indicators. The other thing that is happening is that we have previously actually had no entity to vet indicators and targets, and so that before you use them to measure your performance, who has really cleared you? So we are looking at having a unit within the Office of the Prime Minister, which is solely going to be responsible for clearing indicators and corresponding targets before they go into the M&E web-based system, so that we we don't have, entities setting an indicator and target today, then when it comes at the end of the year, they're telling you they don't have, data, or they're saying this indicator, we cannot measure it. So when we get this entity on board, it's actually going to make sure that we have no, invalid indicators, which at the end of a certain period become very, very difficult to measure. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is, okay, I had some of us attribute this performance to NPA, the 17% ETC. And I thought I should say that that's not an NPA performance. It's a performance for all of us. All of us contribute to particular sectors, and this is a measurement of the performance of all sectors, be it banks, be it in the health, education. So that performance is for all of us, and it is our responsibility to make sure that we improve. NPA just goes to measure, but it is us, all of us.
All right, so it's a collective responsibility. So let's see that we improve that, and the next performance result should be much better. MSc, very briefly, and then come to the panelists before we close shortly.
Thank you so much. I'm called Robert Bakole, Manager Institutional Development at Microfinance Support Center. My question goes to Vicky. I'm glad that you've gone digital as an institution and you're embracing government agenda towards financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is all about individuals and businesses having access to useful and affordable products and services that meets their needs. So as an institution, how are you preparing someone in your 2K or Karamoja district without a phone benefiting from your digitalization and financial inclusion agenda? Number 2, how is your presence felt at the grassroots level now that you don't have physical branches? Then to Dr. Winnie, you have repeatedly talked about PDM, but also for purposes of knowledge sharing, government rolled out a Myoga program that has benefited so many people. So PDM came after a Myoga. So these are sister programs, probably for purposes of knowledge sharing. People should know about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Okay, how do we reach that person in Otuke, Karamoja without a phone? Or maybe they have a phone and it is the small phone that they call, I hear, Kabiriti something. Yeah, okay. All right, so thank you very much for those questions. So I'll now go back to the panelists and ask you just one round and in a very brief short time, on what needs to be done, okay? What needs to be done to ensure that you have a better picture of NDP when we do the end term performance report. And of course, the additional question to you, Vicky, is from Robert that you need to respond to. And I think, Winnie, you also had, well, that was just a comment on the knowledge sharing that you need to know about the PDM, Myoga. We even have a pull-up banner here with the Myoga circles from the MSc. All right, back to you, the panelists. So what needs to be done? We've heard all these comments and questions, and we've given advice, but what needs to be done to improve the picture of the NDP? And that's the same question to each one of you. So when you finish, please pass on the mic to the other, and let's do this in just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for me. I think for me, the takeaway from this is that one, yes, we have 20 programs, we have to reduce this, but we have to follow a scientific method to make sure that this happens seamlessly. For data collection, 2 things. One, digitalize, but also put systems in place to follow up that this information comes in timely. Leverage partnerships to collect this information and have meaningful data. I think there's going to be coordination on project monitoring, but also the data to be collected, and strategize to have fewer indicators across the government. Is something we are still grappling with, in light of that it is about not just the indicators but also allocating a budget towards a result. It's something we are really working on as government. But also importantly, that my ED always talks about, and I agree with him, change management. The plan is the people's plan. It is not an NPA plan. We must be deliberate and intentional to take it to the grassroots, so that people understand it with less English. The president always tells my chairperson, you always speak a lot of English. But also in terms of strategy,
When you look at the different MDs and local governments, we are at different levels of capacity to do strategic planning. So one of the things we are going to do, and intentional, and we are going to leverage the partnership here, is we already have a budget for an audit on strategic planning, so that we provide competency-based training or capacity building for planners. But we need to first of all do that auditing. It's something that we're going to do, but also the balance scorecard is a takeaway for us to include in this planning and get our priorities even better. Thank you.
Thank you. To Vicky.
Right. Thank you. To your question about the 2K in Karamoja, I must say that this digital journey has not been an easy one. It's still a challenge, especially in this market. We launched the full digital bank in 2019, and not only have we faced challenges getting the customers on this digital journey, but also the staff ourselves. It's been a tough one. That whole mindset shift has been one of the things we had to deal with, both internally and to our customers. But I must say that we've made some good strides. The people who have embraced digital and have realized the benefits of it actually love it. So you meet some of them and they tell you, for me, Standard Chartered with the digital online banking has been the best thing that has happened because of the convenience it has brought to their lives. And so we just want to ride on that and push the agenda forward. It's still a lot of work to do. I must say, even Kampala, before we even go to Karamoja, even Kampala itself is still something that we are looking to continue to do. And one of the things that we have done together with the corporate affairs team, Phoebe there is representing the corporate affairs team, is to really see how we can drive awareness. And we have to work together with our marketing team. Part of the Standard Chartered Bank priorities that the CEO is really addressing aggressively is lifting participation. And lifting participation really should be covering most of these things around community engagements. And through the community engagements, we've been able to partner and collaborate with different institutions and companies that have helped us to even extend our reach to where we cannot reach. And we have also gone ahead to think innovatively on how to also extend our reach to the areas of, say, Karamoja and other upcountry locations where we don't have physical branches. And that's how the agent banking platform the Agent Banking Corporation has really done a good job in this space, because even for the customers that have the smartphones would tell you, maybe I don't have data. They'll still leverage the agent banking platform. And the beauty is, it doesn't have to be a Standard Chartered Bank agent. It can be an agent of any other bank, financial institution, that we can leverage some of these things. It's still a long journey that we have to undertake as a bank. Like I said, it's not only upcountry, even Kampala. We've continuously done sessions, awareness sessions, webinars, but also going on ground to do that awareness, the trainings and everything else, because there are some that have, the smartphones, but we still have to train them on how to use the app and the online features. So it's still a long journey, and it's part of the agendas of the CEO to really lift participation within the country and see how we extend financial facilities to Ugandans, even at the grassroots. And part of these sessions, you learn quite a lot. And as key takeaways, it is something that I've picked up. How do we even align more to the government projects and programs to really get some of the awareness out there in the people. And I believe we are a trusted financial advisor and partner for most of the institutions, organizations that we've worked with. And we will continue to build that trust and see how we craft and develop more strategic partnerships and collaborations, because it's the way to go. We can't do everything alone. Digital has its, its downside that people have to embrace it, but we have to work, collectively to see how to extend reach to all the Ugandans out there.
Thank you very much. Gavin, your last words on this.
Mine will be very short. My recommendation proposal is that NPA use the remaining 2 years of NDP 3 for cleanup, get clarity on objectives, programs, initiatives, and data in preparation for NDP 4.
Very brief indeed. So thank you very much, panelists, for your insightful discussions, your views that you've given to this discussion today. I'm very certain that there's a lot that we have learned, but I'm also very certain that NPA is taking back home a bag full of comments, feedback that we can work together. As we said already, as IASP, we are here to volunteer support to you because we want to transform planning in the country. So before I close, I see Yvonne burning really. Yes, I will take only that one, because we are already way out of time. Is there a mic nearby?
Mine is really small. I just wanted to tell Vicky that I am one of those people. I think I am the happiest customer because legit, I have not been in a banking hall for over 5 years. And this is not a lie. So every time I meet someone, I keep telling them, so that's why I'm saying you need to pay me because I am marketing for you. And I think for me, it's that thing about really saving that time. Like, nobody has time to go to the bank. And it's so easy. Life is so simple. You can just do anything without going to any banking hall. So I'm that person, and I can tell you that digital way is really the way for all of us.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Vicky, you have a live testimony here for free. Okay. Yeah, so, but really we want to thank you very much, our audience, for making it here since 9 o'clock. Some of you were here at 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and to see that you're here up to 7 past 1 o'clock, which was the time we had said would end at 1 p.m. exactly, but to see you here, and not just sitting here, but contributing to the discussions. I'm very certain you've picked a number of takeaways that you can go and improve on, or go and see how best you can apply these experiences and thoughts that we've shared here. So again, to the panelists, thank you very much for your time and for sharing all that you have given us here. So as the IASP, International Association for Strategy Professionals, we're very, very grateful to each one of you for making time to be here, but equally grateful to our sponsors, the Bank of Uganda. Why are you clapping? Thank you. Standard Chartered Bank, and of course the Microfinance Support Center, MSC. And you, for sponsoring your time to be here, you need to clap for yourself as well. So thank you very much. We will look forward to more engagements to come ahead of time during our implementation this financial year. So be there looking out for invitations for a number of these engagements that we'll be running through. And we want to thank the New Vision for covering this event and to make the message reach out to everyone to know that we need to influence and streamline planning in this country. Thank you. There will be lunch, so don't just walk away. There will be lunch and we'll be guided. But also, if you have any comments on how we've done this event, if it has gone well or there's some area you think we need to improve, please be kind to drop your comment or feedback to the registration desk or to our rapporteurs. So thank you, and I wish you a very good afternoon. Goodbye.